Hello and welcome to Rappler's special coverage of the inauguration of Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. My name is John Neri, and joining me today are Rappler senior reporters Pia Ranada, who covered the outgoing president, Rodrigo Duterte, and Lian Buan, who covered the campaign of Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. Joining us later today will be Bea Cupin, live from the National Museum, where Marcos will be inaugurated as the 17th President of the Republic, and Aika Ray, live from Malacanang Palace. Good morning, Pia, and good morning, Lian.
Hi, John. Morning.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Pia.
Good morning. So 36 years after EDSA, we are about to inaugurate another President Marcos. Historic times. I think we are living through very historic times. Pia, what has been the mood like in the Duterte Palace in the last few days?
It's really been a sort of unwinding because we can see that compared to the heydays of Malacanang, when Duterte would give like 5 speeches a day and like reporters would be in on their heads trying to cover every speech, which would last, of course, very long and extemporaneous. So parang mga 2 hours minsan yung speech niya. Now talagang ano siya, very relaxed, a more relaxed atmosphere. There were hardly any events in the past few weeks. Like siguro a few, maybe 1 or 2 a day, and then in the palace itself, no, parang it's more of a transition mode. And in fact, 5 months ago, as early as 5 months ago, February, Duterte was already sending things back to Davao City, packing up, and this was confirmed by Executive Secretary Salvador Madildea. Parang may mga inunang personal belongings. So parang you can see that maybe there's a part of Duterte that is raring to go home, and you can even see it in his usual events. Like we haven't seen talk to the people recently, diba? In the past few weeks, though, that weekly pandemic address has not been done. So you can see that his mind has been very much on leaving, on wrapping up.
Yeah, he's been on departure mode. Lian, what about the Marcos headquarters? What's the vibe there like in the last few days?
John, I wish I could tell you the vibe in the headquarters, but the Marcos campaign really has kept a lot of things secret. We are relegated to the cafe sa baba ng headquarters, and before, during the campaign, we could hang out there and wait, yung tipong stakeout of reporters and wait for officials to go down. Pero ever since winning, they've had to close it. As in, i-announce na the headquarters are closed. There are no press conferences to be expected today. And kahapon, we were there for a very, very short press conference by the incoming press secretary. And we were told pinakausapan kami na if we can leave the headquarters also early dahil nga busy na sila for the inauguration. John and Pia, let me just share yung front page ngayon ng Philippine Daily Inquirer. Their primer is that Bongbong Marcos left the Malacanang as an angry young man in fatigues in 1986, and he will come back today, this morning, expectedly at about 9:50 a.m. A triumphant man reclaiming what they think was taken from them in 1986. So we could guess from there how the mood of the entire family for today, historic times for the family and for the Filipino people.
Yeah, we can continue discussing this, but first I'd like to ask Pia and Lian, can you give us an idea of what's in store for us today? What are the main highlights? Pia, from the point of view of President Duterte, where will he be? What will be he doing in the next few hours?
So the whole day starts in Malacanang, of course. It's the seat of power, and it's really the kumbaga parang the venue of like that turnover, in the sense that the first thing that these two men will do is will meet each other. No, they will meet in Malacanang. That's around 9, and then they will have a meeting. We saw in the schedule, no, magkaka-meeting si President Duterte and President-elect Bongbong Marcos. It's traditional, no? That also happened in 2016. And then also we will have, of course, it's a courtesy call of the president-elect with the president. And the two men will then go down and also have departure honors in honor of the outgoing president. In 2016, may 21 gun salute. And then we know that may, short walk around the front of the Malacanang Palace itself. There will also be the historic, walking up the main stairway of Malacanang by the two men when they go up to their meeting and then they go down again. In past traditions, no, we would see the outgoing president present the Malacanang guest book for the incoming president to sign. So it's also something that's steeped in tradition. So this is supposed to take a very short time, like and it's usually a brief meeting. Like in 2016, medyo maikli lang yung meeting then between the late President Benigno Aquino III and the second, sorry, and si Duterte. Then after that, Marcos will be departing for National Museum while Duterte will board a waiting car which will take him out of Malacanang, the first time that he will step out of Malacanang as citizen Duterte, and finally, live his life beyond the presidency. We don't really know his exact schedule for the rest of the day, but we do know that by evening he's supposed to attend events in Davao City with his longtime loyal aide, Senator Bongo.
Pia, I just want to make sure we don't expect President Duterte to be at the inauguration at the National Museum.
We've been asking that of the Malacanang staff, but they haven't been able to give a categorical answer. But judging by previous inaugurations, no, it was rare. I think only 3 times that the outgoing president attended the inaugural of an incoming president.
Yes, it used to be the tradition that the outgoing president will bring the incoming president to Quirino Grandstand, drop him off there, and then leave the stage. Lian, I know that they've been keeping a lot of information secret. What is the mystery location that President-elect Marcos will be coming from? I mean, can you also walk us through his day?
What we have is the official itinerary given to us by Malacanang. That yung meeting with President Duterte will expectedly take place at around 10 a.m. So bandang mga 9:30 to 9:50 dapat dumarating na si incoming President Bongbong Marcos sa Malacanang. By 10 a.m. he and President Duterte will meet, and then President Marcos will leave the Malacanang for the National Museum, which is the venue for the inauguration, and by 10:35 a.m. he is expected to arrive at the National Museum at magkakaroon muna ng 30-minute military parade, and that's why we've been seeing images and photos of tanks na nakaparada na doon sa venue sa National Museum. And after that, Tony Gonzaga will before that babasahin muna ni Senate President Tito Soto, outgoing Senate President Tito Soto, yung kanilang resolution, and then magna-national anthem to be sung by Tony Gonzaga, and then the oath taking will take place. Chief Justice Alex Gismundo will be administering the oath of President Bongbong Marcos, and then ang kakanta ng inaugural song, which is it will be Chris Villonco and the Young Voices of the Philippines Choir. So sila yung kakanta ng inaugural song, which is Pilipinas Kong Mahal. And then they will go back to Malacanang noon after nung ng inauguration, because by the Constitution, noon of June 30, tanghaling tapat, mamaya officially magiging Pangulo si Bongbong Marcos. So mga 2:15 p.m. Expected na nasa Malacanang na ulit ang tunay na pagbabalik ni Bongbong Marcos sa Malacanang, and there will be arrival honors. And then by 2:40 p.m. will be the mass oath taking of the Marcos cabinet na may mga empty slots pa. And then the cabinet meeting will take place shortly after that.
Lian, do we expect Vice President-elect Sara Duterte to be at all these major events this morning?
She will definitely be in Malacanang mamaya for the cabinet oath taking, because she will be education secretary, and yes, we expect her to be at the National Museum as well.
Thank you. Lian, what have you been hearing about the inaugural address? Any any word going around about maybe themes that the new president will strike? Maybe even who the speechwriters are and so on?
What we know is that ang bilin daw ni incoming President Marcos ay gusto niyang traditional, very traditional yung magiging ceremony. It will be solemn and hindi na daw sila lilihis sa nakasanayan. And you know, John, everything you've been asking is also what we've been asking. Pero almost always the answer to our questions is we don't know and we have no information. At kahapon nga nagkaroon ng press conference si incoming Press Secretary Trixie Angeles, and we asked him all sorts of these questions, but for a lot of reasons she's saying she has no information or she can't tell us yet. So that's gives us something to look forward to kung ano yung magiging speech ni President Bongbong Marcos mamaya.
That's right. His father had a reputation for being both a tremendous orator and an extemporaneous speaker. It's a reputation that the new president does not share. I saw yesterday there was an attempt to, humanize the incoming president, saying that there would be no teleprompter.
Yes.
He would be speaking from the heart. But I think it turns out that there are indications that there will be teleprompter.
The inaugural committee has announced yesterday that yes, there will be teleprompter. So, sila yung nag-announce na wala, sila rin yung bumawi kahapon na kasi turns out magkakaroon ng teleprompter.
We're seeing live pictures of the main inaugural venue, what is now the National Museum. Pia or Lian, can you walk us through the decision making? Why did the Marcos campaign choose this particular storied landmark?
I'll go no. Well, the first choice really is Quirino Grandstand because that's where the more recent presidents have always taken their oath, but hindi available ang Quirino dahil COVID facility pa rin siya ng City of Manila. So, the Marcos camp chose National Museum for many historic reasons. Syempre, they are highlighting the good, which is, number one, it's where his parents met. Dito nag-meet si the late dictator Ferdinand Marcos and former Congresswoman Imelda Marcos, because the National Museum is where Philippine Congress used to be housed. And his father was a congressman of Ilocos Norte back then. His mother was an assistant to his uncle, then Speaker Daniel Romualdez. So, doon daw sila nag-meet dyan sa loob ng National Museum of Fine Arts. So, yung mga nakakapunta sa museum, yung second floor, yung walang laman na painting, that is where the Philippine Congress used to be. At sinabi rin ni President Bongbong Marcos na naaalala niya ang National Museum kasi lagi daw siya dyan kapag sinusundo nila ang kanilang tatay. So, it has many memories for the family. And of course, what they're choosing to leave out is that National Museum was also a very significant venue for the first quarter storm. Nung second term, when Marcos Sr. was elected to his second term, at maraming discontent sa kanyang leadership, dito nagpunta ang swarm of protesters. At it marked the first quarter storm that is being cited as actually one of the reasons why the dictator declared martial law.
Yes, they cite that as a reason, but in fact, as early as 1969, I think, when he was planning, 1968, when he was planning to run for re-election, President Ferdinand Marcos, the old man, already had plans to have some sort of permanent governing structure in place. He just kept changing what it was called. It's very interesting if you read the Marcos diaries. No, on the one hand, the Marcos diaries were written with an eye on posterity. No, President Marcos kept comparing himself to historical greats. No, Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great. That's the kind of level that he saw himself playing on. But also, at the same time, there are many unguarded moments in those diaries. No? He has some unflattering things to say about his own wife, for instance. or his own illegal consultations with Supreme Court justices. Very interesting. But one of the themes running through the diaries was this this idea that the Philippines was facing an almost perpetual crisis, and for that crisis to be resolved, some sort of a longer lasting power structure was needed. He would change what it would be called until finally he declared martial rule. But yeah, unfortunately, the first quarter storm was used as an excuse to justify a long-term plan of his. Pia, I just wanted to ask you. We're still talking about the inaugural address. What was it like 6 years ago? Comparatively, no? Was there more information about who was writing the speech, what kind of speech it was going to be, and so on, compared to today?
I would say there was more information. For example, we already knew the guests, like, and the number of guests who would go, and then they were more open about the program earlier on, because I think this time, no, parang we only found out the day before, like yesterday, what exactly the flow would be, or a few days ago. And I also remember that they really made it a point to kind of stress how simple Duterte wanted it, to the point that they even
Mm-hmm.
didn't want to use the word vendonneur, right? That would it's supposed to be my reception after the
Mm-hmm.
inaugural ceremony, right? Where the diplomats would come and chit chat and meet the new president. That still happened in 2016, but they called it a diplomatic reception. They didn't want to use the term vendonneur because parang yung branding was Duterte was too simple for that kind of event that usually involved wine, expensive champagne, etc. But it's just a change in name. Actually, it's still like
Mm-hmm.
a similar event, but yun nga, parang very clear yung they wanted to project him as a simple man from Davao who didn't want any of the ceremony. In fact, he only had the inaugural ceremony within Malacanang itself in Rizal Hall, which we know is much smaller than Quirino Grandstand, where
Mm-hmm.
other presidents would typically have their take their oath. So yun yung main image that they wanted to project, and it was the speech was, I remember, parang meron din parang amused din yung mga ibang media before that, to learn that Duterte would use a teleprompter, because in all of his campaign speeches it was all extemporaneous. That's why it would be long, winding, maraming mga curse words. So when journalists found that, oy, magte-teleprompter talaga, hindi siya mag-off script. He did actually have certain off script moments, but quite it was rare. But we also know that it was a speech that definitely reflected his personality. And we know that that speech was written by a very close aide of his, si Melchor Kitain, who used to be the Davao City administrator, and actually wrote most of his high impact speeches, including the SONA. So you could really see how faithful Kitain tried to be in terms of how Duterte wanted to project himself. It was he made pretty landmark or milestone remarks about how he wanted his drug war to be. It was going to be relentless and bloody. You really saw that in his inaugural speech.
Thank you, Pia. Later, if we have time, I'd like to also talk about the image that President-elect Marcos also wants to project. Maybe we can, draw some indications from their speeches, from their themes, and so on. But we all know in a few minutes, President Duterte and President-elect Marcos will be meeting in Malacanang. We have on the line our reporter, Aika Ray, who is covering it live from there. Aika, what can you tell us?
Hello, John.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so far we're waiting for President-elect Bongbong Marcos Jr., no? Um, in a few minutes, actually, paparating na siya. Actually, kanina, no, nagsa-start nakikita na natin, meron na mga dumarating na mga sasakyan. At so far, yun po yung nakikita natin dito ngayon. Right now, meron kasing select media, meron lang pool na pinili na pwedeng makasunod, no, sa pag-cover ng salubong ni President Rodrigo Duterte and incoming President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. So, andito lang tayo ngayon sa labas ng Palace Grounds at naghihintay ko anong mangyayari mamaya. John.
Thank you, Aika. Aika, for the benefit of the many who have never been to Malacanang or are not familiar with the ground, can you give us a very quick tour? Like, where are you now? Where do you expect the president to be meeting the president-elect and so on?
Okay. So, actually, right now, nandito tayo sa may bandang labas, no? Ito yung U Executive Building. So, actually, yung mismong kung saan magmi-meet si incoming President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and si outgoing President Rodrigo Duterte. So, yung bandang loob pa siya. Hindi natin siya nakikita dito from outside kasi hanggang dito lang tayo. But from there, just to give an idea dun sa mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, no, pag nandoon siya, pagdating nila, no, magmi-meet sila, as mentioned kanina ni Pia and Lian, na-mention nga nila na pag meet sila, and supposedly, dapat merong yung tradition na ginagawa na si President Duterte should go down dun sa grand staircase, no. So, dun yung isa dun sa mga parte ng tradisyon nila, and after that, magkakaroon sila nung yung paghahatid na, no, sa labas ni President Duterte. Doon naman yun, hindi rin natin dito nakikita ngayon yun, no. But magkakaroon ng final troop review and ihahatid si President palabas ng Malacanang. So unfortunately, dito sa area natin, hindi natin nakikita yun right now, no. But later, we will be able to see that and our viewers should actually wait for it because it will be streamed live. John.
Thank you. Pia, Lian, please feel free to jump in if you have questions for Aika. Aika, is there space in Malacanang for a crowd to gather and either bid President Duterte goodbye or say welcome to President-elect Marcos? Or is it strictly controlled? No,
Unfortunately, yeah. Yes, John. Unfortunately, very controlled dito sa loob ng Malacanang, no. Maraming road closures actually no nadaanan namin. And yung mga taong nakakapasok lang dito within the complex ay kailangan registered sila. So, it's going to be very difficult for people na hindi registered to wait or mag-abang, no, para sa pag-alis ni President Duterte.
Aika, wala pa bang fence dyan? Hindi pa ba kayo kinukulong? Ano, that's really the running joke among the reporters who covered the Marcos campaign. Kapag may event si President Marcos, ang tawag namin koral. Kapag nandyan na ang harang, ibig sabihin nandyan na ang Pangulo.
Well, interestingly, wala namang ganong experience ngayon. No? When we came here, usual security checks, and then we were just allowed to pick our place kung saan man kami pwedeng mag-set up dito sa may palace grounds. But of course, yun nga, no, dahil merong pool of reporters allowed to cover the departure honors and yung arrival ni President Marcos Jr. later, hanggang dito lang kami at sa press room.
Yeah, we'll probably know after 12 noon. When the new president
Yes.
we make a joke out of it, but this is actually a very disturbing development, no? In election coverage and in political coverage. It reminds us, for instance, of the literal coraling of reporters covering Donald Trump, no? And there was a reason for the coraling because the mainstream media reporters covering him were part of his props, no? In his speeches, he would direct the audience's wrath in anger against the so-called biased media, and very conveniently they would just be in one place, no? So we want to avoid that kind of future for our own journalists.
Interesting, John, you mentioned that because I remember in the meeting de Avance sa Parañaque, again, we were put in one place. But yung being put in one place, that wasn't unusual for the Marcos campaign. Pero that meeting de Avance, when, minumura ang buong opposition, ang EDSA, ang Aquino government, it was really raining curses, which was unusual dahil nga they run on a campaign of unity. Mm-hmm. And I remember, meron kaming sobrang liit na koral nga at nandito kami sa isang sobrang liit na platform na nagsisiksikan kami. And then the likes of Larry Gadon and Rodante Marcoleta was, yun nga, directing the wrath at media, at yung mga tao, sabay-sabay in unison, turned their heads on us. And I remember feeling very nervous kung ano yung mangyayari sa amin dahil we had nowhere to go. As in, nakakural kami. So, yeah, interesting that you mentioned, and very important to highlight also that it may be our coping mechanism to make a joke out of it, but it's really a very disturbing pattern and hints of where Marcos is going to take the free press.
Thank you. Aika, by the way, have you seen any vloggers or influencers, new members of that new group in the palace grounds? Or are they even part of the select booth?
Well, so far, wala pa kaming nakikita dito sa Palace Grounds, no? We're seeing mainstream media here, and we haven't seen vloggers around na nagsa-stand up or nag-live. Wala pa.
Yeah. Pia, we know that President Duterte is a very charismatic person, but he's not actually one for small talk, and he said some spicy things about the incoming president. How do you think their brief meeting will run? Do you see any indications? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think that it's something Duterte has actually been looking forward to. In speeches during his pandemic briefings, no, he would say that he wants to have a talkative, that's his word, with the incoming president to talk about his advocacies and to make sure that his priority programs will continue to be implemented. Nasabi na niya na Marcos is free to make the drug war his own, but Duterte is really eager to stress that he has to continue it in some form. Like, it cannot just be abandoned. So he's very eager to make sure that the next president continues with his programs, and he would like to share advice and insights on things like the pandemic. I think there was even one he was even wondering at one during one meeting na how will the next president kaya communicate pandemic policies, because I have this TTP, this talk to the people. Paano kaya yung next president talk to the people rin ba siya? Parang may mga ganun siyang thing. He thinks about those things and he likes to talk to people about those thoughts. So it's very apparent that he is interested in how the administration will be run after him. And there's even some indication that he might, in fact, speak out. Like as a citizen, he might go public when he feels that some of his programs or some issues that he feels strongly about are not being attended to. Na baka magsalita siya, which is kind of different from his predecessor. No, si Pinoy, in fact, had a 100-day. He had a rule that in the first 100 days of his successor, he will not critique or he will not speak about the way the government is being run. So it doesn't seem like Duterte has that same policy. In fact, he will probably be outspoken. At least that's what he said. So yeah, it will be very interesting how Duterte, who is very outspoken about things and very frank about things, will handle being a citizen Duterte who is just on the sidelines, watching as the government is run by someone else.
Pia, just a quick step back in time. I remember in the early years of the Duterte administration, President Duterte would say things like, "I'm tired. I wanna retire. If only Bongbong Marcos had won the vice presidency." I think he said that a couple of times. Were you surprised that during the campaign he actually said some very nasty things about the incoming president?
It was very surprising. Not just the fact that he said something negative, but that the extent na may drug links, and we know that that's a kind of a red line for Duterte. That's like, if there's a insult or an offense that Duterte, that's the most extreme that Duterte would give, it's that, like a drug link, because we know that consequences if you land in his drug list, diba, are great. So we were very, very surprised, and that's what made me think that perhaps this is stemming from a personal grudge that wasn't there before. Like in the past, na he would talk about, diba, Marcos as a possible VP, a better VP candidate, or parang VP, to take the place of the VP. Kaya parang talagang baka na annoy talaga siya dun sa nangyari na Sara Duterte, his daughter, slid to VP candidate instead of running for president, and that thinking that he was that the mastermind behind that was the Marcos camp.
Thank you. I have a question for Lian, but before that, Aika, we'll let you go for now. We'll be calling on you again once the two presidents are in Malacanang. Aika Ray in Malacanang Palace, thank you. Lian, I know it's I think it will be difficult to answer this question because you and other reporters have not had full access to the Marcos campaign, but do you sense that there was some sort of resentment or some kind of reaction to President Duterte's negative statements about then candidate Bongbong Marcos? Was there an attempt to like tamp down that kind of reaction, or there was no reaction at all?
Well, John, what we have on record is Senator Amy Marcos saying that they are heartbroken. This was the immediate reaction when President Duterte called Marcos a weak leader and a spoiled child. And we know out of all the Marcoses, it's really Senator Amy Marcos who's the closest to Duterte. Naaalala nyo ba nung mga 2017, laging template ng speech ni President Duterte ay pasalamatan si Senator Amy Marcos. And we saw that in the inauguration of Vice President-elect Sara Duterte. It was really Senator Amy Marcos who extended her arm to President Duterte para mag-usap. We didn't see similar efforts from President Bongbong Marcos to make small talk with President Duterte kahit nagkasabay sila sa stairs. Paakyat at pababa ng stage doon sa Davao City, there was no effort to make small talk. And it was also Senator Amy Marcos who granted a chance interview after the Sara Duterte inauguration to say that ipinapangako niya sa mga Duterte na habang buhay silang kaalyansa. So the impression to me, even during the campaign, is that the people around them are making efforts to make sure that they get along. Pia, natatandaan mo noong there was this question of whether President Duterte will endorse Marcos. It was the people around Duterte who were speaking on his behalf and almost edging the president na i-endorse mo na kasi si Marcos. It was Salvador Panelo, it was the SecGen of PDP Laban na nagsasabing, alam mo, endorsement na rin naman yon. But even when President Duterte called Marcos a weak leader, the rhetoric from the Marcos camp via Attorney Vic Rodriguez, the incoming executive secretary, is that, alam nyo, atuso talaga yung si President Duterte, we respect him, we are the candidate of the administration, ganon. So, you see the palpable tension between the two men during the Sara Duterte inauguration, but what we saw during the campaign and what we're seeing now is that there is effort, especially by the people around them, to make sure that they protect the Marcos-Duterte alliance. For how long? Siguro yun yung exciting part para sa ating lahat.
Quick question for Lian, no? See, has Marcos Jr. spoken about where he will live? Like sa palace ba siya itself or bahay pangarap or which building?
To quote the incoming press secretary, we have no information. lagi ang tanong, yan ulit yung tinanong kahapon sa kanyang 5-minute press conference, and she said she can't say. Again, that's also a running joke na kapag may tanong ka, ang isasagot sa'yo ay either no information or for security reasons we can't say.
Because I remember nung 2016, that was a very open thing to be discussed. In fact, they were even saying, sa bahay pangarap kasi nga, hindi niya kaya yung palace kasi it's scary daw, parang may multo and parang it's old. So mas gusto niya smaller kasi isa lang naman siya doon. And they even tried to rename it Bahay Pagbabago. So I'm just interested, because if Marcos would occupy the palace itself, he would be the first after two presidents, right? Kasi si Pinoy and si Duterte lived in Bahay Pangarap.
Well, my guess is kung pipiliin niyang tumira in the palace itself, that would invite again some criticism na ano ka na naman living excessively, your predecessors lived in the adjacent houses, ikaw sa palasyo mismo. And that's why siguro ayaw rin nilang sagutin. Because I remember this was repeatedly asked of the spokespersons kahit noong presumptive win na siya. And we have never gotten an answer.
Thanks, Lian, Pia. Again, we're seeing live pictures from the National Museum where the inauguration of the 17th president will take place in a matter of hours. Lian, I'm struck by your answer, which started with Amy Marcos. I think it's for many people, Amy Marcos will be somebody they will pay special attention to today. They will see how the most political of all the Marcos siblings will be comporting herself. No? As you pointed out, it was Amy during the June 19 inauguration of oath taking rather of Vice President-elect Sara Duterte, who really went out of her way to bring President Duterte into the conversation. I mean, the body language was unmistakable. But she's that's really, I think, her role, and I think many people will be watching her. What she will be doing today, who she will be talking to, and so on. We still have a few minutes. Maybe we can talk about the foreign delegations that have sent representatives to join in the celebration of in the inauguration. If I'm not mistaken, maybe the highest ranking here would be the Governor General of Australia. No? While he is not the head of state, he represents the head of state, Queen Elizabeth, and I think he is the only one who represents the head of state. Lian, the U.S., China, and other allies and other countries have sent their delegations. What are some of the who are some of the visitors who struck you?
Yes, you're correct. The highest ranking would be Governor General David Hurley of Australia. Pero syempre, yung interest natin ay yung pinadala ng America and China. And it struck me because the US was the first to announce that they will be sending as head of their delegation the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff, the husband of US Vice President Kamala Harris. And days after that, nag-announce ang China. So kung ang ipapadala ng Amerika ay ang asawa ng kanilang vice-pangulo, ang ipapadala ng China ay ang mismong vice-pangulo, Chinese Vice President Wang Xishan. So we see now still the projection of sino ba yung kaalyado ni Pangulong Marcos? Will it be a repivot to the US? The US government has stated on record that he can go to the United States protected by immunity from his contempt suit. The United Nations already said baka pumunta siya sa UNGA sa New York this year. And actually, that's also what we've been trying to ask. Kung what would be who would be the ally? Will it be China? Will it be the United States? Again, wala naman tayong nakukuhang diretsong sagot except that they're trying to maintain the line that it will be an independent foreign policy, but it will be an interesting image to see the second gentleman of the United States, mamaya, and the vice president of China gracing the inauguration of the first majority president of the Philippines, Bongbong Marcos.
Thank you. Pia, can you recall who were the dignitaries, the most prominent dignitaries who attended the Duterte inauguration? I'm sorry, you're on mute.
All the ambassadors were present. Chinese ambassador, the U.S. ambassador, of course, the head of the diplomatic corps was also there. So it was really a typical Von de Noor type of setting, and of course, they just called it a diplomatic reception. So yes, everyone of note was there. And it's of course expected because even in the days prior, they would pay courtesy calls on Duterte during the transition period.
I understand that President Duterte is now in the palace. We won't be
Yes.
able to show you the live feed just yet. In a few minutes, we will be able to do so. But Lian, I just wanted to to talk to you about the American delegation. On the one hand, uh, as you said, the husband of the vice president is not the vice president. And we've had at least three Philippine inaugurations where the actual vice president of the United States was sent to represent the United States. Spiro Agnew for Ferdinand Marcos's second uh, term, George Bush for Marcos's third term, and then I forget the other one. But in this, so on the one hand, it doesn't seem like it's as important as the actual vice president. But on the other hand, one of the US's most important allies in the region just had the inauguration of its new president, South Korea, and the American delegation was also led by the second gentleman. So maybe this is like a new calibration on the part of the U.S. of who to send. Um, uh, your thoughts on this?
Or maybe the United States and the incoming government are um, playing a very calculated game on kung ano yung optics nila, ganon. Because we know that President Duterte really lambasted United States during his time and made the pivot to China. It was different for President Marcos, even though he really pandered to China during the campaign. The moment he presumptively won the elections, nagkaroon ng pivot talaga to the United States, announcing even that the VFA would be retained and that adjust to adapt to the times. And yun nga, and following that, we saw na the United States announce that he can go to the US protected from immunity from his contempt suit. So maraming actuations towards the United States in the last couple of weeks, but still President Marcos would attend Chinese events and would call China our strongest partner in the pandemic. So it's actually really exciting to watch kung the very calibrated and calculated game these three nations are playing. I mean, I guess critics would say hindi naman equal ng Pilipinas ang Amerika at China, but we are a very strategic partner for both the superpowers. So maganda silang obserbahan mamaya.
Yeah, that's right. Although I also have to point out that the vice president of China is not, in fact, the second most important person in the Chinese government. No, it's the premier, who is Li Keqiang, who is next to Xi Jinping. So while in title, the vice president of China outranks definitely the second gentleman of the United States, perhaps in terms of closeness to power, to proximity to power, it's possible to argue, if you were looking at the U.S. Perspective, that Emhoff and Kamala Harris are actually, in the inner circle of President Biden. But you're right. I mean, it's. I think in a way the Philippines is quote unquote up for grabs in the next 6 years. Unlike Duterte, who never said anything about China, except in derogatory terms when he was campaigning, and then never said anything negative about China when he was president. It's really possible to argue either way, for Marcos Jr. That his family holds China in a very special place. No, it was his father who resumed diplomatic relations with China, and his mother in a very iconic visit. Charmed Chairman Mao. So I think that would be part of their own family lore. But at the same time, I think they understand the national security establishment is very pro-American. The MP is nodding her head. She was just at the Shangri-La dialogues, right, in Singapore, and I think it's very clear to any president that you need to understand the American orientation of our own armed forces, at least at this point. So yeah, parang we're up for grabs, no? In that sense. I'm curious though why Australia sent the Governor General. I mean, that's yeah, I know that Australia has been supporting the Philippine government as well as civil society in the Philippines with all sorts of things. I know that the Australian Federal Police has very close links with the Philippine National Police, for instance. But I was surprised when it was the Governor General himself who showed up.
I
Well,
think
the
it's also
first country
um,
he visited after presumptively winning was Australia. He went to Melbourne
Oh,
in
that's
that very
right.
secretive trip, 'di ba? Yung
That's right.
na-discover na lang dahil may mga nag-rally. But yes, Pia, go ahead.
I also know Australia has been pivoting to Southeast Asia. It's a new, kumbaga parang security strategy they have that I also
Mhm.
actually heard about in the Shangri-La dialogue, where there's more. Australia is now, so they recently entered into a new alliance or parang initiative with the U.S. In terms of countering China's power in Southeast Asia. So Southeast Asia is a new, kumbaga parang strategic landscape for Australia, and I think that that is finding its way. It's manifesting itself in this action of sending the governor here to the inauguration of Marcos.
So we still don't have a live Palace feed. So maybe, Pia, I can ask you a question related to the Shangri-La dialogues in Singapore and also related to Vice President Sara Duterte. Did you have a chance to did Secretary Delphine Lazaro give a hint that an entirely new armed forces unit would be set up as the protection unit for Vice President Duterte?
You
Was that
mean
ever? Yeah.
Secretary Lorenzana, Defense
Yes,
Secretary Lorenzana?
our defense secretary was in Shangri-La also. Was in
Yes,
the
yeah.
Shangri-La also.
He didn't mention it. I actually wasn't able to ask him that, but is it really new though? Na may, kasi the vice president always has PSG, so I'm wondering maybe
That's
Lian
right.
knows how different would be the vice presidential PSG if anyway parang may PSG naman talaga yung vice president, diba? Even VP Lenny had her own PSG guarding her at all times.
Yeah, I think they call it VPSD.
Mhm.
That Vice President Robredo herself and the children revealed after sinabi nga ni Vice President Sara Duterte that she'll be getting her own security detail. So actually, oo nga, ano yung pagkakaiba ng VPSD sa PSG? Well, people are saying like the PSG is more trained. I mean, they have a very specific training to protect the head of state as compared to yung contingent siguro na ipapadala. But maybe Bea can talk about it kung ano, mamaya.
Yeah, that's right. From my understanding, it's different. First of all, in terms of size, I think somebody explained that
Mm.
there's a sizable contingent now, no, protecting the vice president that comes from the PSG itself. No, that's about 200 or so. But when they go out of town, they need to link up with other commands. No, I read this analysis that said that the new group of the vice president does not need to link up with another. In effect, it's large enough to be able to deploy its own people wherever the vice president goes. But I think that the main reason people are wondering about this is the explanatory letter from the vice president elect. No? Her last paragraph said, because in case of future elections, in the unfortunate case of the president and the vice president having strained relations, which
Oh.
you know really, I mean, makes you wonder. So actually, I would like to ask Lian also going forward, and then Bea when she joins us. Um, what does the Marcos camp say about this? Is there a reaction from the Marcos camp? I mean, at noon, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. becomes the commander in chief, and I guess technically he can dissolve whatever new units were set up. Was there any word from the Marcos camp, Lian?
I think you know the answer, which is none. Wala. We asked, but we didn't get any reaction, and that's why Stay Strong Malacanang press corps kung paano kayo kukuha ng reaction mula sa kay Pangulong Marcos. But you know, as I mentioned kanina, the Marcos Duterte alliance, they want to project it as a very strong alliance, but um, it's showing some cracks, and that would be exciting to watch also na na-fuel pa noon ngang nag-letter yung statement ni Vice President-elect Sara Duterte about having her own security detail, which is when there will be strained relations between the president and the vice president. And it's interesting coming from her because Uniteam is the first in a long time a tandem to win. So parang after a long time in Philippine elections, yung magkakampi, yung nanalo as president and vice president. So, 'di ba sa Aquino government nung nagkaroon ng strained relations ang Binay at Aquino at nawala sa gabinete si Vice President Binay, and then very early on that happened when Robredo was kicked out of also of the Duterte cabinet. A lot of us are expecting that there would be no such strained relations between the president and the vice president dahil magkakampi sila, pareho silang nanalo, pareho silang majority president and vice president. But yeah, that's yung statement talaga ni Vice President Sara Duterte fueled the imagination or tickled the imagination of many.
But you know, another way
go
to
ahead.
look at this would be not so much as a tension between the two, but maybe it's just Sarah flexing her muscles because we know that she's her own political animal, right? She has her own clout. Many people say Marcos would not have won if not for her, for their coalition and them joining forces. So maybe, you know, it is simply Sarah showing that, you know, I am my own person. I may be the VP, but I have my own power and I'm independent. Even if I won in a tandem, I'm my own powerhouse. So if that will lead to tensions down the road, maybe we will see. But it could also just be simply, her projecting that power this early.
Yeah, and that also goes to the fact that she was being poised to become defense secretary anyway. And then in a surprise press conference that was not held by herself but by Marcos, he announced that education secretary, which for some people na parang ano yun, it's a one step down from what she was supposed to be, which is defense secretary.
Yeah, I think that Marcos Jr. is very much like his father in this sense that he knows that the defense portfolio is probably the most crucial appointment. So in fact, if I'm not mistaken, in Marcos's first term, 1965, he was his own defense secretary for the first few months, I think. And then at another time, he also again took over the defense portfolio. Of course, with the hindsight of history, we can see why he did that, right? That was what some wags call the Ilocanization of the armed forces. No? He slowly but surely built an entirely new substructure in the armed forces. People loyal to him. No? It was important to him to have that structure headed by very competent soldiers like Fidel Ramos, who was a second cousin, if I'm not mistaken. But also, over time, it just became the structure for influencing the entire armed forces. So in the end, you have a chief of staff who served as his driver and was promoted all the way to chief of staff. So it's actually I think important for us, incumbent on us, to really keep a close eye on the defense portfolio. General or incoming Undersecretary and OIC Faustino, I think. I'm very curious to know why he was chosen. What his marching orders were. Sorry, but let me go back to an earlier point. I think we may still have time. No? I just want to play devil's advocate. Sure, there are some tensions, perhaps, some flexing of muscles on the part of Sara Duterte. Is it possible that we're reading too much into this? Can I just ask you?
You know, I don't think so, because Sarah has been doing so many unprecedented things. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
holding an inauguration on a different day and then in
Mm-hmm.
Davao City. I mean, those kinds of things are decisions made, are calculated decisions. There's got to be some logic to it that,
Mm-hmm.
because if the argument was, oh, we want to say thank you to Davao, I mean, they could do that by having the inauguration in Davao, but on the same day. I mean, things like that. Like, there's
Correct.
something there that I
Mm-hmm.
think is also meant to send a message. And Sarah
Leah?
is really the type of person, like, having covered her for a long time, even since 2016, because she was a vice mayor of
Mm-hmm.
Duterte. She really
Mm-hmm.
does have a personality where she parang she wants to project that she can influence certain events. I mean, just the house debacle, 'di ba? Yung coup, replacing si Alvarez with GMA, who
That's
is her
right.
ally. I mean, those things are, and then she even may scene pa nga sa banyo of in Batasan, where she said to her father, sorry for what will happen. So, 'di ba, parang may pagka Game of Thrones si Sarah eh. And so this book really smells that way. Like, there's that hint of that very much in her actions and her decisions in the past few weeks.
Liam,
Also,
your
no, I'll ask both of you kasi ito yung naisip ko when I was when I was watching the inaugural speech of Sara Duterte, and she said, the voice of 32 million Filipinos are loud and clear. And
True.
thought bubble ko nun, she's flexing 32. That's more
Mhm.
than 31 million
Mhm.
of Marcos. I mean, kayo, anong naisip? Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but what did you think of that 32 million part of the speech?
I
I
agree.
yeah, that's I mean, that's the sound bite that really bites, right? I mean, like, she obviously prepared that, knew what kind of impact it would make. Even without going into cracks yet in the unit team, I think we can all agree that she really is establishing her own power base, right? You know, arriving in the Batasan for the proclamation in a helicopter with a former president of the Philippines, that was like flexing, right? And then the president elect, or to be, arrives in just an ordinary land convoy. I think she was signaling she's doing this at a different level. The fact that she held her inauguration on Rizal's birthday, no? Wrapping herself up in this mantle. For the longest time, from the late 1940s up to the 1960s, our inaugurations were held on December 30, Rizal Day. So all our inaugural addresses at that time, you had to weave in your sense of nationhood, what you understood by Rizal's heroism, and so on and so forth. And I thought that was a very uh, strategic move on her part to take her oath on June 19, Rizal's birthday. And then, of course, the other things that Pia said also about having it in Davao, and then what Lian said, 32 million soundbite, and so on. So I
And
think she's positioning herself as a separate power.
I'll just add one more anecdote from the campaign. Let's take a look at the case study of Robin Padilla. That was Sara Duterte.
Mhm.
He was never officially acknowledged by Bongbong Marcos as part of Uniteam. Yung announcement that he's going to join the slate was made by Sara Duterte herself at a sortie in Paway, Ilocos Norte, only to be disowned by Marcos a few moments later kasi na-ambush interview namin si Marcos after that, and he was saying no, he's not part of Unity. At pati nga flush nga si Robin Padilla noon when we tried to clarify na parang, oh sir, hindi ka pa pala part. And they never really acknowledged Robin Padilla as part of Unity, but he is Sarah's pick, and therefore he got to join the sorties after that. And yun, nangyari na lang na he became a staple of Uniteam, but he was never acknowledged by Marcos. But because Sarah says so, then he gets to be part of Uniteam.
Yeah, I think the father also has something to do with that, because Robin Padilla is the candidate of Bongo, as in gina-groom talaga siya ni Bongo. So I believe Sarah
Mm.
allowing Robin to join was like a favor to Bongo, and by extension, the father, Rodrigo Duterte.
Pia, what's going to happen to Senator Bongo? I know he has 3 more years. What kind of role do you think the person who used to be called the national photo bomber of the Philippines will play in the next 3 years?
You know, he's been on certain social media accounts of his, no, very quiet siya. But we know that he's been, even during the campaign, been doing yung kanyang visiting fire victims. I mean, he's still doing that, just maybe more quietly. But we also know that I think he might, in this next iteration, right, like beyond the Duterte presidency, he could actually be the conduit for Duterte because he actually floated the possibility of tapping the outgoing president as a consultant on governance issues. So we might see maybe in si
Mm.
Bongo na yung kumbaga principal, tapos si Duterte na yung tagging along. I mean, that's possible, right? Because magiging consultant na siya raw. And so we would continue to see maybe Bongo trying to weave in his Rodrigo Duterte's interests, his issues into the national narrative through the Senate.
Who among the senators do you think, aside from Bongo, will be naturally aligned? Naturally allied with Sara Duterte. I can think
De
of
La
Bongo
Rosa,
and
si
Bato.
Bato, yeah.
Yeah. Anyone else who?
Else, Tolentino, perhaps. Si Francis. Maybe make Zubiri as a fellow Mindanaoan, perhaps.
And the unit team, the incoming unit team, sila Jinggoy Estrada, everyone on the slate, well, basically, Gatchalian.
Yeah, it would be
No.
interesting to see, I don't know, Coco Pimentel because he used to be part of the majority, but right, I think we know that he's trying to be part of the minority in the Senate. So interesting there how he will differ from the unit team, that coalition in the legislative chamber. Now that he is on the other side of the fence, he used to be Senate president, right, under Duterte, and then now parang
Okay.
medyo went down or parang a new role altogether in the minority.
Right now, it's a minority of two, no, and it's still an open question who will be the minority leader. No, the reason I asked about uh, senators are naturally allied with Sarah, I wanted to know of the unity team. So, like Robin Padilla, I think would you think, Lian, that he would? I mean, over Bongbong Marcos, that he would be naturally allied with Sara Duterte as far as Sarah's legislative agenda is concerned.
Oh, definitely. He's more Sarah than Bongbong, and I think that's very clear to us who covered the campaign and with Pia saying that he was really groomed by Bongo. And yung rhetoric niya rin sa campaign is very Mindanao centric, Moro centric, and actually yun yung that's what would be interesting to watch from Senator Robin Padilla because he ran on a campaign na ako yung i-elect nyo bilang representante ng mga Moro, and we know the historical wounds between the Moros and the Marcos family. And hanggang ngayon, our records show that it was Bongbong Marcos being blamed for the delay of the passage of the BOL. So it would be a very interesting dynamic, given that also, yeah, definitely he would be naturally more allied with Sara than he is allied with the president.
Let's shift focus from the Senate to the cabinet, to the incoming cabinet. Lian, at the start, you mentioned that there are still some open seats. No? Can you very quickly walk us through some of the highlights of Marcos's cabinet appointments?
All right, let's start with yung mga wala pa, and these are very, very crucial slots, including the health secretary. We are still living through a pandemic. Wala pa tayong health secretary. We don't have a foreign affairs secretary. We don't have an environment secretary. We don't have housing chief, and we don't have a CHR commission. The entire leadership of the CHR is empty, and that will be for Marcos to fill, and that is causing so much anxiety for people in the CHR and the human rights community in general. But yung mga those that we have, of course, we have key ally Boying Remulla for Justice Secretary. We have, as you said, Boy Faustino as Defense Secretary. We have Marcos himself as the Agriculture Secretary. Toots Ople as Migrant Workers Secretary. Sino pa ba? Who am I missing? Solicitor General Menardo Guevara, serving his third consecutive administration. We have Jose Calida as the new COA chairperson. Pia, may mga tatatand ka ba na hindi ko pa nababanggit? We have Jaime Bautista for transport. Who else? Who else am I missing?
And then,
Executive
well,
Secretary Vic Rodriguez.
the economic managers.
Sorry, Erwin Tulfo.
Irvin Tulfo for social welfare, yes, correct. And Tourism Secretary Cristina Frasco, the former spokesperson of Sara Duterte for education.
Migrant workers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So strictly speaking, Kalida is not part of the cabinet. No, he will be chairing the
Constitutional Commission.
But it's a cabinet type of appointment, and it it was a stunning.
It was a stunning appointment.
It was a stunning appointment. Your thoughts on this, Pia and Lian?
It's very clear that this is a continuity cabinet, a continuity group of people to show that either they want to stress na we are following the footsteps of the very popular Duterte administration, or that they simply cannot find other candidates to fill in the post beyond their circle, beyond their coalition of Duterte supporters and syempre the Unity team. So I don't know, this is very interesting because diba, they want unity, they want to show that they can attract talent from across like the political spectrum. But what we're seeing really is just a repetition of appointments from the past, even from the Marcos, like the Marcos senior appointments, right? We've seen that continuity also, and also between Duterte and Marcos. So it's interesting to see. I think very few yung mga yung mga we could say maybe beyond their circle, right? Beyond their maybe more Aquino people who were from the Aquino administration. Onti lang yun eh. And it's very interesting rin to see na bungi yung cabinet niya. So that might also indicate, again, that point that they're not able to attract talent from beyond their circle. Kasi if we have a health secretary who hasn't been named yet, a foreign affairs secretary na wala pa, di ba parang medyo you get worried na sino kaya or what's taking so long?
Oh, we forgot to mention the econ team pala. It's Finance Secretary Ben Joc, no? NEDA Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, Manny Bonoan for Public Works, and Budget Secretary Mena Pangandaman. So,
Lian, do you share Pia's view that this might be an indication of a shallow bench?
Siguro mag-react muna ako kay Solgen Jose Calida. To appoint him to COA was surprising to me. I mean, it wasn't very surprising that he would be appointed to the Marcos cabinet, but I actually was expecting something along the lines of Presidential Legal Counsel, and that's very aligned to his work as Solgen. He has proven himself to be a very loyal soldier to whoever his principal would be, pero napunta yung legal counsel kay Juan Ponce Enrile. We don't know kung makapapasok ba siya sa Malacanang araw-araw. But to be appointed as COA chair, with all the baggage of COA flagging the OSG under him, is a very interesting appointment. And actually, kinakapa natin yung reaction within COA because they've been used to having commissioners who are career officials. Yung mga COA commissioners ngayon are career state auditors. So, tingnan natin kung paano ina-navigate ni Solgen Calida. Actually, the fear is that, remember when there was a pandemic uproar over audit reports, and the narrative of the Duterte government was, bakit ba pinapublicize yung audit reports? So the stream or the flood of messages in my group chats, both within media and within the bureaucracy, was that, have we seen the end of public audit reports with the incoming COA chair?
It is a really worrying development. We're having some difficulty with the connection to Malacanang, but I think we will be able to show. These are recorded. This is a recorded footage of the outgoing president of the Philippines arriving in Malacanang. This took place about half an hour ago. You can see the president has really aged in office. He was already the oldest man to be elected president. But you can see that time has taken a further toll on him.
Yeah, he's accompanied by Lisette Marquez, who's the appointment secretary, and she used to be, in fact, the tourism officer of Davao City. So, si Duterte really surrounded himself with Davao City Hall employees in Malacanang. They were the ones who were assigned to the OP, like the smaller OP agencies, for example, for internal housekeeping, right? So the people he lived with, they really were people who he worked with in City Hall for close to 30 years. And you know, I was actually last night I was looking back at the similar footage from 2016, and I
Mhm.
remember even back then Duterte going up the stairs with Pinoy. He was already holding the banister kasi nahirapan siya umakyat while Pinoy was, you know, like syempre he's younger, so he didn't need the banister. So very different yung age gap, talagang stark yung age gap even then. And right, si Marcos Jr. is how old? He's like 60.
64.
Yeah. So it's a 10-year gap also because Duterte is 76, I believe. 77, sorry, 77.
I actually have a story to tell about that. In August 2015, I was part of a group that interviewed then on again off again candidate Rodrigo Duterte, and you know the conversation lasted for more than 4 hours. He admitted that at the time in August 2015, um, it was only Sarah, his daughter at the time, vice mayor, who did not want him to run, and he quoted her as saying in Bisaya, "Ngano mo dagan ka man, gakiang-kiang ka na gani. Why will you even think of running? You're even limping now, no? I mean, even right now, you're already limping." And then we did notice that, no? He was very dynamic during those 4 hours. But on our way down, no, I could see this was like 1 a.m. I could see that he was in fact old. But it was only after about 4 hours of nonstop talking. That really is one of his gifts, no? The ability to talk for hours on end.
Yes.
There's
And,
another
and the most ungodly hours.
there's another person in my lifetime who shares that gift or curse, however you want to describe it, and that's the first President Marcos. We endured speeches that would run for 3-4 hours, and he would
Really?
speak extemporaneously. No, it was his way of saying, he's the smartest guy in the room, but he also liked to talk. Like I said, he was an orator, and 2-3 hours, that was nothing on his feet. That was nothing. So yeah, that's that's what we grew up on.
Well, by all indications, John, the sun would not be the same. It would be very, very short public speeches, very, very short press conferences. It would last mga 5 minutes or even 10 minutes. So I guess, I mean, that's better. That's for better or for worse. On the one hand, I think pagod na yung mga Pilipinong makinig ng rambling speech ni Pangulong Duterte, so it would probably be a breath of fresh air to listen to a president talk for na maikli lang, pero baka it will all leave us frustrated kasi hindi natin malalaman lahat sana ng gusto nating malaman, especially that Marcos has given a preference to vlogging. So minsan may mga policy siyang ina-announce niya through his own vlogs, and we cannot follow up dahil we are not given the opportunity to do so. So yeah, it's for better or for worse.
Yeah, I think it might be part of their image projection. No? Part of the image being projected is that he's very approachable and he's very congenial. He's, di ba kasama yata yan sa imahe niya na ang bait niya, no? Hindi siya sumasagot, no? Hindi siya nanunumbat. In a way, it's an anti-Duterte type of authenticity, no?
Right.
It's a very thin image, no? But I think it works. It has worked and it will continue to work. I think. So siguro kasama din yan. Yung 5 minutes, magsasalita siya, sasabihin niya lang yung gusto niya sabihin. I have appointed this, ABC. Tapos 1 or 2 questions, if ever, and then alis na siya. And I think people will say, oh, napaka presko talaga nung presidente natin. Parang, di ba, ganun yung, I think it will be part of their image engineering.
Mm. Yeah, I actually interviewed fellow palace reporters about what they feel about Duterte's term ending and Marcos coming in, and they were saying nga na it's a mix of relief and fulfillment because they really described how Duterte upended news coverage. It changed workflows, even the punctuation marks that were more frequently used, to in quotes for the quotes of the president were nagbago, naging parang puro asterisks kasi puro mura, or naging ellipsis kasi he wouldn't finish his sentence and it's too dangerous to speculate what he meant. And so they were saying that maybe Marcos would be refreshing in the sense that he would be more conventional, right? His body clock would be more in keeping with everybody else's. Perhaps he would not ramble and be as frank. But yung flip side nun is at least with Duterte, because he would, as Sir John would put it, no, parang he would say the silent parts out loud. So you would kind of know like his inner thinking, like beyond the canned statements that his spokesman would give. He would actually show parts of his real thoughts. And that was very interesting for reporters, and that actually enriched our coverage of him. And I'm not sure if the same could be said for Marcos. Sa vlogs ba niya, are those really authentic thoughts, or is it also scripted to a point? I mean, and then he even said he would be his own spokesman. How has that panned out in the days before inauguration?
Those are really scripted because during the campaign, he would be invited to webinars na hindi rin invited yung media, but at least it's more free-flowing. So may mga nagtatanong. And that's when you see him without a script during those webinars, and when you compare it to the fancily edited the vlogs, you see two very different Marcoses, and that's why I really made an observation early on na talagang mas authoritative magsalita si Sara Duterte because she has all that experience of being a local chief executive going for her. Well, local chief executive din naman si Marcos. He was governor for a long time of Ilocos Norte, but the contrast is really there. Kaya the Marcos government, as far as the press and information flow is concerned, it's really a strict control of narrative. Kung ano lang yung gusto nilang sabihin, yun lang as much as possible dapat yung masasabi. And that's why they limit the questions too. And it creates an environment for journalists of, if you want to get a story for today dahil may deadline ka, unahin mo na, parang tanungin mo na yung mga basic pa lang sa first 2 to 3 question and leave the more difficult and more complex policy questions for later because expectedly tatapusin na nila yon para hindi sila maput on the spot.
I don't know if you'll agree with me, but I think one early litmus test for the Marcos media operation is making complete transcripts available. From what I understand, for all his foul language, President Duterte made sure that his speeches were available. The transcripts, right?
Yes.
So makikita mo doon, no, which words have been asterisked and so on and so forth. But there's an almost complete record sa PCOO, right? I'm really worried if, for instance, starting this afternoon, we won't be able to get transcripts. No? I mean, he'll say something, we all catch it, but there's no quote-unquote paper record, official paper record. I think that would be an early litmus test.
Alam mo, naalala ko, John, in Tagaytay, ito sa Cavite, Sorty, and ito yung tinawanan niya at winok-outan niya yung tanong ko tungkol sa estate tax. And normally, not the BBM camp, but the Lakas camp, the Sara camp, they are more generous with footage, videos, photos, and PRs. Nung sinend nila yung video na yun ng ambush, they completely cut the part where I asked the question and he walked away. And so they have a tendency to really clean, linisin ng mga material.
That's very disturbing. For news junkies like us and news professionals, we are able to catch it live or read the transcript or catch the video. But for many people, sometimes it's the transcript that's the only record. So we're finally able to show live footage courtesy of RTVM. of the Malacanang grounds.
Mhm.
I've been there only a few times, but it really is beautiful, and uh, it's especially looking good today. So far,
Yeah.
no hint of rain.
Yeah. Thankfully, no rain.
Thankfully, yes. Yeah, you're about to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that the tree, yung parang balete tree, that one we see right
Mhm.
in front of us.
Yes.
Si Amy Marcos actually had some ghost stories about that tree. She would talk about a spirit that haunted that tree, and she remembers being told of that when she was a child living in Malacanang. Like the housekeepers daw would say na may spirit living in that tree. It's one of the lore that during the Marcos years and even before, a spirit named Ben, I think, because I'm kind of a nerd about Malacanang lore. And yeah, that's one of the ghost stories. That tree is pretty important to the Marcos family. It's actually a big part of their childhood growing up. Seeing that tree, and like the prospect of them coming back today, probably memories of their life in Malacanang as children will come back to them.
Yep. In fact, perhaps that is the reason why they haven't made a decision about where they will finally live. I think they,
Mhm.
I think they also need to exercise their own ghosts. I mean, they were literally chased out of this palace 36 years ago.
Mhm,
I
yeah.
was not part of the crowd, but I knew people who were part of the crowd who broke into Malacanang Palace past 9 p.m. after their helicopter
Mhm.
took off. So maybe they also have to come to terms with new ghosts, not just the old ones. Pia, earlier we showed recorded footage of President Duterte going up the stairs.
Mhm.
Are those the same stairs that supposedly um Jose Rizal's mother climbed up on, no, on her knees to
I
beg
think,
for her
yeah,
son's life?
because that staircase is really historic. I think they, even if the palace underwent renovations, I'm sure they preserved that staircase kasi historic yan eh. I mean,
Mhm.
oh, here we can see interesting
Okay.
footage. Executive Secretary Salvador Medellea. We saw the incoming ES Vic
Incoming.
Rodriguez. Maybe
Mhm.
they met. Maybe they exchanged notes. Could this be the first time that they're meeting, Lian? The two ES.
Um, in public, yes. In public
Hmm.
that we can see, it would be the first time that they will meet. Siguro in private, hindi. Because Vic is really, oh, that's at the two ESS.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
Ayan, oh, small talk sila.
I mean, Vic is really the pathway to Bongbong Marcos. Him and Anton Lagdameo are the two men you talk to if you wanna get to Marcos. So I would imagine all the closed door meetings, and the negotiations for PDP Laban to endorse Marcos. I would imagine in the past the two men have met, not in public that we saw. So ito yung unang outing nila together that we are seeing.
I'm not sure if it's usual. I think it was also the case with Noynoy Aquino, but ES Medaldea has been ES since day one, no?
Yes.
The entire time, and I
One of
think
the
Tito
constants, the few
Ochoa. Yeah.
constants.
Um, I wonder if Attorney Vic Rodriguez will play the same role. No? Marcos, the first Marcos had several executive secretaries, for instance. No? Many of them brilliant people. Moving on to international appointments and so on. Really top of the class.
Yeah, I think Attorney Vic Rodriguez will also be a very interesting figure to watch.
Mhm.
Also, kasi we knew him. I mean, we were aware of him noong Presidential Electoral Tribunal case ni Marcos. He would speak for Marcos, but much of their history, kung ano ba, kasi si Anton Lagdameo at si Bongbong
Mhm.
childhood friends eh. So we know their
That's
history.
right.
These two, Vic and President Marcos, hindi masyado nating alam. So actually, oo nga, kung he will stay, I think he would. But Pia, anong part ng ano to, Malacanang?
Ito
Ito
yung
rin share.
staircase. So he's waiting for Marcos Jr. to arrive. And earlier we saw a book that was laid open on a table.
Mhm.
That's the guest book, the Malacanang guest book, which diplomats and visiting leaders have signed, and which Marcos Jr. will sign. part of tradition. Duterte signed this 6 years ago with Pinoy witnessing it.
There's actually a lot of history here, no,
Mhm.
in Malacanang. I'm not sure if every Filipino is aware exactly of how deep our history goes. We tend to think of ourselves as a small country with a short history, but actually it goes all the way back, no? So this particular palace traces its roots to the Spanish governors general, no? And because of the our experience with the Spanish governors general, we've always had a very strong executive. So even under the 1987 post-Marcos Constitution with new guardrails against presidential abuse, our presidency is still one of the most powerful offices relative to other presidencies, no, in the world.
And even for the Spanish period, no, the natives or the pre-colonial Filipinos, kaya Malacanang kasi may lakan dyan, may strong man there. There's a strong
Mhm.
person who lives in that land, kaya Malacanang. So even then, may lore na about that area, like by the Pasig River. Could this be the convoy of Marcos Jr.? You're seeing a set of cars coming.
Yeah, baka I mean, we could be wrong, but yeah, I think this is the familiar black cars na pag nakikita na namin sa campaign, alam na naming prepare.
Time
Uh,
check, no, it's 10:30. So we have to make sure that this ends on time because 12 noon is dapat the way
Correct.
constitution may change of power by 12 noon.
Actually, baka malilate na nga because he was in the itinerary. He's supposed to arrive at the National Museum at 10:35 a.m. But I mean, it's not very far. Malacanang is not very far naman from National Museum and baka
and I
mabilis
don't
lang
think
naman ang biyahe.
I don't think they'll be stopping for stoplights.
Pero paano yung meeting? I think they're supposed to meet, right? The outgoing and incoming president. So that probably will be brief now
It's
because
very brief.
of the time, yeah. Wow, a big moment for Marcos Jr. here.
Here is Here's the incoming president. He really looks like his father. He's wearing a barong designed by Pepito Albert. It's a modern take on the Spanish military uniform, supposedly. And he will change later for his dinner in Malacanang. So this is his inaugural barong.
Ito na, the historic walk up. The first time he will walk up this set of stairs as president, incoming president. He's not wearing a mask.
That's right.
Baka nag-RT-PCR na daw sila, Pia.
So you can see Duterte being a lot warmer,
Yeah.
more smiley this time. Oh, we see Senator Bongo present,
Yeah, that's right.
and along with the incoming PS. Si Anton Lacomere is not in the palace, correct? I don't see him yet.
I don't see him yet. That was definitely a nicer image than what they were in the Sara Duterte inaugural.
Mhm.
Friendlier. Yeah, ito na yung signing of the guest book, the Malacanang guest book. And we can see, of course, Duterte has not changed his style, no? It's still a rolled up barong. The sleeves are the same as it's ever been.
Mhm. I wonder what the reasoning is for this tradition. And so you have the president-elect sign in as a visitor, an hour or so before he becomes the temporary occupant.
Kamukhang kamukha talaga niya ang kanyang tatay, no? I mean, this
Wow. Uh-huh.
Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., 30 June 2020.
Yes, sir.
Really interesting na hindi siya nakamask, whereas Duterte nakamask. Parang dapat ato pinag-usapan. So now they are going to have a brief meeting. I think this is when they will meet for a while with the two ES.
So the two executive secretaries are there as well. There's another chair in the middle. I wonder who is that for.
Maybe for Bongo.
Yeah, we haven't seen the new special aide to the President Anton Lagdameo.
Mhm.
Are the families supposed to be here also, or this is just reserved for the two presidents?
It's for the two presidents. Ayan, yan si Senator Bongo.
It is Senator Bongo.
The only senator in the room, the only lawmaker in the room. So you can really see his special place, no? I mean, kahit senator siya, he's still acting like a special aide to the president.
Oh, this is
Yeah, it looks
definitely
like-
better image for Duterte and Marcos.
That's right. Yeah, it
You
looks
can
like
see there's really, parang may ginaganyan siya eh. Parang, ito na nga ata yung mga insights and advice.
Instructions.
Ngayon pa lang iniisip ko na kung sinong pwedeng pagtanungan kung ano ang pinag-uusapan nila at this moment. Pia, baka mas kaya mo.
Oh,
From
try
the
ko.
Duterte side.
Yeah. So 10:30, no? So their meeting has. It will be interesting to time their meeting actually, because the one between Pinoy and Duterte in 2016 was also very brief. So, but Duterte is of course a long speaker, so I'm not sure if he has bullet pointed his remarks for the president-elect. But it looks like he's doing most of the talking, no? Si outgoing president Duterte.
Baka nga
There's
this
Senator
is
Bongo
the-
taking a picture.
Baka nga it's one of the only two or three lengthy conversations between the two. The one being yung the weekend before the PDP laban endorsement, they met in person, but other than that parang scant yung details if they actually have talked in person at length. So maybe this is one of the very few.
Mm-mm.
Attorney Vic Rodriguez also has taken off his mask.
In fairness to the incoming president, he doesn't look 64. Kahit nung kampanya, he looks and moves like a very young guy.
Parang he exercises, no? Parang trim yung figure niya. Like his father would also make a point of appearing athletic, right? Also to dispel doubts about his health.
Yes, that's right. Even to the extent of showing off his abs
Oh,
to dispel rumors that he had undergone a surgery. Of course, as it turns out, he did undergo surgery on the day that Ninoy Aquino was assassinated. That's why it took him a long time until the end of the following day to come out on TV. Certainly, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. looks so much better now than when he did immediately after he had COVID, right?
Yeah.
He looks fully recovered. Here, the meeting between President Aquino and President Duterte in 2016 was just a few minutes long.
Yes, because I also remember medyo hindi man running late, but yeah, there was also the time element eh. I mean, it always is naman pag inauguration day, diba? But they were talking all the way down eh, all the way down to the review of troops. Pinoy was actually um, very buoyant, and he was doing most of the talking. Duterte, I remember, was kind of tight-lipped and I think maybe nervous for his speech that day.
Mhm.
Yeah, so they've ended their meeting. It lasted around 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Very interesting what they were doing. So they're making their way now to the palace grounds, I believe, for the troop review and departure honors for the outgoing president. Lots of people in Malacanang. I would have thought that it would be less because of the pandemic.
Much more cordial than we expected, right? I mean, hardly any awkwardness here.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the historic walk together down the Malacanang staircase.
And I think at this point, protecting the alliance would be more of a priority for Duterte because he's the one that's potentially being investigated by the International Criminal Court, and it would be Marcos who would call the shots and would have control over the pace that the ICC investigation could go. So definitely, the new president is more powerful now in so many ways than Duterte.
Yeah, may shift talaga in power dynamics here. And we know that Duterte is very much aware that the next president has to be an ally. He was really pointing this out even before the campaign na kailangan nakaalyado ko yung next president because of the ICC, specifically mentioned the ICC.
I don't know my Malacanang Palace geography all that well, but I'm not sure if that's the same building where they made their last appearance.
Yes, because the one so over the doorway that
Mhm.
used to be like a balcony, I think, and
That's
that
the
was
one,
where,
right?
yes,
Mhm.
yes. And here's a
Their,
troop
their
review.
last appearance on February 25, 1986.
Mm.
Kalpunan, mga pinuno at kawal, tanghal. Ta. Kalpunan, mga pinuno at kawal, baba. Ta. Handa. Dala. Kalis. Baba. Mahal na Pangulo, handa na po ang tanod panakal upang libutin. Tanghal. Ta! Kalapunan. Tanghal. Ta. Baba. Ta. Handa. Dala. Kalis. Baba. Ta. Mahal na Pangulo, tapos na po ang parangal.
Salamat po sa trupa. Thank you for the honor. And I will remember it forever.
Mga kasama, pinapabot ng ating mahal na Pangulo, Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, ang kanyang taos-pusong pasasalamat sa parangal na ating iginawad sa kanya sa umagang ito. Baba. Kalis.
And we can see now the cabinet. You can see Dr. Lorenzana, William Lord, Agriculture Secretary, Health Secretary Duque, and Dutertes one by one shaking their hands. The big moment for the cabinet, probably very sentimental for them. The last time they will all be together in Malacanang with the president.
So that's Secretary Anyo, Secretary Tugade.
Alfonso Pusi, the Energy Secretary, Melvin Matibag, the Cabinet Secretary, Martin
Martin
Andonar,
Andonar.
Secretary NSA Esperon, National Security Advisor, and of course, Housing Czar, Eduardo del Rosario, and I think these are the advisors already. Yes, that's Carlito Galvez Jr., the CHED
Popoy
Commissioner,
de Vera.
and Testa Chief, Isidro da Peña.
So yung mga mga nasa Marcos cabinet din is not in this line. Kasi Secretary Guevara is not there.
Right.
So we just saw the President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, grouping the colors for the last time. It was billed as departure honors. I don't know if P will agree with me, but I don't think Duterte actually really enjoyed any of these trooping the colors thing. No? I mean, it wasn't his thing. Unlike,
Yeah.
for instance, the first President Marcos, we had lots of these things on TV all the time. All the pomp and pageantry. But you can see, I think for Duterte, this was really just a duty to be gotten over with.
But Duterte, even if ayaw niya sa ceremony, he likes being with soldiers and police. Like, medyo crowd niya yun. So, in fact, the first year of his presidency, he toured the camps, the military camps, all over. And if you saw earlier in the troop review, no, parang may isang spontaneous moment where Duterte
That's right.
spoke, right, with the soldier. And I distinctly heard him say, I will be there for you. And I think maybe he was trying to tell the military na, because he loves the soldiers. Like, he really devoted a lot of energy to making sure their salaries were bigger. He went to the wakes of fallen soldiers and cops, and maybe it was his parting message na he will not forget, right, his time with them, and that he will continue to care for soldiers and cops even as a citizen. And here we see now, yun, Duterte will be departing. He will board a vehicle that will take him beyond the gates of Malacanang, where he will emerge as Citizen Duterte. Final words between the incoming and outgoing presidents.
Yeah, do we know where President Duterte is going?
That is the mystery we have been asking since like weeks ago kung anong plan niya after the departure honors. But what we know that's unconfirmed is he will be in Davao City this evening to attend events. One of them might be a concert, a Thanksgiving concert with his supporters. There, so President Duterte has boarded the vehicle, making his way out of Malacanang. And you're clapping from the staff. Earlier, there was even some chanting no, of his name. Chanting na rin. People have gathered outside Malacanang gates. That's the San Miguel district. And we know that there are actually other government agencies along that road. A few speeches actually ago, si Duterte was even musing that when he's a citizen, hindi na siya isasalute ng mga soldiers when he passes by them. Although I think, I think the soldiers still would salute a former president, right? But maybe he's talking about the ceremony attached to the presidency. So now we see Marcos Jr., I think, about to board his vehicle for National Museum. Correct? Kasi mag-11 a.m.
Yeah, yung mga high officials and USECs lang ba yung co-term sa Malacanang. So many of the staff would be retained and has in fact been in Malacanang for many, many presidents?
Yes. So, for example, sa PMS, Presidential Management Staff, marami doon ay even Ramos time, nandun na sila. In Aquino time. It's really just the more political positions that get appointed in every new administration. I'm not sure if Marcos has left Malacanang.
I think he was yung convoy niya ay yung sumunod ng paparating, but we have yet to see image of that. So we're now expecting that President Marcos will be making his way to the National Museum, which, if traffic is controlled, mabilis lang yon na drive from Malacanang to the National Museum. At nakisama ang panahon, I am here in Manila at mataas na ang araw as compared to kaninang umaga na nagbabadya ang naulan. But I think it would be a sunny inauguration day for the 17th President of the Republic.
Like UP, I was also struck by a few words that President Duterte shared with the commander. It seemed like he was saying thank you before he said, I'll be there for you. I think it must also be said that, yes, he really cultivated a relationship with the military to the point where, at least in his first 3 years, he kept asking them to stage a coup. He would say, the best thing is, you just. So whether he was saying this in earnest or as a joke, he said this many, many times. And for all the many faults of the military, I think we have to credit them for a sense of professionalism. They did not bite. They did not bite.
We really also saw during Duterte's time a lot of retired generals in his cabinet. So that also gives you an idea of how much he believes in the military ethos and trusts in it and thinks that it's very consistent with governance even in the civilian sectors.
This is my own personal view, but I think that he responded to the military in that way because they had what he didn't have, which was a sense of personal discipline. I think he recognized it in himself and also recognized it in the military. That's why he kept saying, I appointed general this and that, because when I just say this, they do it. And I think he was really very impressed with the way Philippine military culture creates these types of leaders that he liked being around.
Yeah, and he also didn't like kasi yung discuss. Parang he wasn't nga into very long meetings like where yung hashing out problems. Parang if there was a meeting, it would be usually him monologuing. Pero hindi siya masyadong, hindi niya type yung back and forth consultation. That's why he didn't like the military because basically if you say something, they had to do it and walang analysis paralysis. But as I wrote in my piece about his governance style, governance tended to suffer because masyado namang kulang yung consultation, di ba? Sometimes there were shallow policies that didn't really address the root causes of problems.
That's right. Oh, the Pasig River looks so...
Ito yung convoy preparing, I guess, for the sojourn to the National Museum. Which is, I think, is just over the bridge, diba? It's very near.
Malapit lang. We were asking kahapon si Secretary Trixie if may special number ba si Imelda Marcos sa either in the concert or in the dinner. Will she give a speech? Well, we didn't get any answer to that, but yun, siguro isa rin nating hintayin kung gaano magiging ka-prominent yung role niya for today. This was her dream for her son to become president.
Yes. So the long road to Malacanang started in 1992.
Yes.
Imelda Marcos ran for president, but she did not reckon with Eduardo Danding Coangco, who also ran for president. And of course, some of their former supporters supported Fidel Ramos, who was longtime PC, Philippine Constabulary chief under Marcos. So the Marcos votes were split. Imelda was a dismal fifth, if I'm not
Mm.
mistaken. Um, and then in 1995, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ran for the Senate and lost
Lost.
uh, badly. And he would not run again for a national office until 15 years later in
Yes.
2010. And by that time, he was able to win a Senate seat comfortably. So what they did in the meantime was, well, I guess two things. One was they consolidated their local power bases. So Imelda was in Tacloban first before moving to Ilocos Norte. Bongbong and later on Aimee consolidated their power in Ilocos Norte. Until finally they were, and then that's the first thing that they did, consolidated local power bases. And the second was uh, create their own information infrastructure, very, very slowly seeding YouTube and so on. And I think that's one of the major differences between 1995 and 2010.
And they were patient kasi when he lost in the Senate in 1995, he went back to basic. He became governor of Ilocos Norte, maximized 3 terms as congressman of Ilocos
Mhm.
Norte before trying for the Senate again in 2010, which he successfully did so, and maximized also his terms there. So I think from 1992 to 1995, they knew that if they were gonna survive this game, they would have to play the long game. And evidently, it turned out successfully for them, having now the president, Bongbong Marcos, return to Malacanang.
It is one of the ironies of history that the constitution that was put together precisely to prevent another Marcos helped him become president. The multi-party system, I think, was what allowed him to become a viable presidential candidate. If it had been the two-party system, as in the old constitution, uh, he would have had a harder time, fighting the political heavyweights like the Villars and the Arroyos and so on for control of any of the two parties.
I'm wondering if there's who's the mastermind behind their comeback. Like, is it really Imelda, or is it like a group effort? I mean, who's calling the shots? Is there any indication of that we saw in the campaign, for example?
Well, a key ally would be Gloria Arroyo. I mean, the to consolidate the Duterte Marcos power, you have the Arroyo footprint all over it. So wanted to point out also, to follow up on what John was saying kanina, incoming Secretary Boying Remulla called it a paradox that the Constitution, the 1987 Constitution that was created to respond to the ousting of the Marcoses, he will have to take his oath on that very Constitution that, rebuked his father and much of the abuses that they still now deny. Kaya rin siguro hindi pa rin maka-appoint ng CHR. I mean, it's the very anti-Marcos commission and institution. It's by itself, by its very existence, anti-Marcos. So I think he's taking his time consulting which would be the best compromise and the best for optics to appoint to the Commission on Human Rights.
That's right. Last night on my program, I had Ruben Carranza and attorney Jackie De Guia of the CHR on board, and that was one of the things that we looked at. So it's not just the CHR, which is actually an innovation of the 1987 Constitution, but also the PCGG, the Presidential Commission on Good Government, which was the first order of Cory Aquino. What I mean, these two were designed precisely to root out human rights and corruption abuses perpetrated by the Marcoses and their regime. How would Marcos now respond to the opportunity? I mean, so this is this is just to of course this is purely hypothetical, but what would happen to the CHR if Larry Gadon was appointed chair? I mean, it is well within the power of President Marcos Jr. to do that, but it would be so counter to the reason for existence of the CHR. And what if we were to appoint somebody else like that for the PCGG? I'm actually worried that charter change is a very real, very viable option. Um, Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Actually inaugurated the fourth Philippine Republic in 1981. No? So he was very legalistic and made sure that the Supreme Court backed his dictatorship, but he lifted martial rule in January 1981 in preparation for Pope John Paul II's first visit to the Philippines. And then later in the year, he inaugurated the Fourth Republic. That stump speech that Marcos keeps using, yung taas no kahit saan taas noo.
Ako ay Pilipino, taas noo kahit kanino.
That's actually the refrain of the song sung by Kulidesma, which was the inauguration song for the Fourth Republic. Ako ay Pilipino. No? Because the Marcoses had wrapped themselves up in in the Philippine flag. So I wouldn't put it past Marcos to actually think of starting a sixth Philippine Republic. The Fifth Philippine Republic traces its roots to the 1987 Constitution. So I'm worried that it's actually a very real possibility. And unlike the Duterte administration, the gang who couldn't shoot straight, they had so many, they had all these plans to change the Constitution, but in the end, nothing came of it because they were doing so many other things. But I'm worried that Marcos and his allies will be much more disciplined when it comes to changing the Constitution.
Well, the assurance that we've gotten so far, I don't know if you would call that assurance, was Justice Secretary Remulla saying that the Marcos government will not be rocking the boat for now. Because I was asking him, will CHR be abolished and things like that? And Secretary Remulla said, not for now. It's not a politically correct decision to rock the boat in as much as going as far as abolishing the CHR. But back to the CHR, John, yung whispers on the ground, it would the people he's been eyeing, or at least been yung matunog na pupunta sa commission, would be a compromise. It would not be as absurd as Larry Gadon, definitely not. I mean, maybe that's wishful thinking also on my part, pero it would be someone the community would be familiar with. They would not necessarily be approving of it. They would probably have criticisms, but it would be someone from within the human rights community with portfolio to show for it. But it would be a compromise for sure. We would not be seeing like an anti-Marcos activist or anti-Marcos figure that would be put there, definitely. It's actually the PCGG that I am more worried of, because its existence depends on an EO. And you would have a legal debate on whether Marcos can repeal that EO. I was talking to former chair Andy Bautista the other day, and he was saying that the EO has an effect of a statute. So malakas naman, hindi naman yun pwede, basta-basta pwedeng i-repeal or i-revoke na lang ni Marcos. But we've seen many governments try to abolish the PCGG in the guise of absorbing it, either within the OSG or anything in the DOJ family, yung umbrella ng mga agency. So I think more than the CHR, yung PCGG talaga yung mas nanganganib if we were to talk about 1987 innovations that are at risk at tsaka yung PCGG kasi yung contra-narrative talaga sa kanila eh. You have a figure and a breakdown of a figure of corrupted and plundered millions and wealth. So, mas kontra sa naratibo nila ang PCGG.
Thanks, Lian. Maybe we can get back to that in a bit. But right now, we're seeing live footage from the National Museum.
Is that Sara
the Vice
Duterte?
President? It looks like the Vice President.
It looks like her.
Yes, so
Very white. So
President
it's
elect.
apart from her usual green attire.
That's right.
Hindi natin alam kung sino yung kausap because it's blocked by a
Oh my
phone. Foreign dignitaries ba yung one seat apart from the Vice President?
I
Yeah.
think that might be M. Hoff. Is that the second gentleman of the United States? The one in Barong? I'm not very clear.
Hard to tell. But the other one hard to tell from this vantage point.
Nako, naghang.
That's Chavit Singson, I think, on when you look at the inset where it's frozen. I think that's Chavit Singson, no?
Yung
That's
naka-shade.
right. Yeah.
Yung naka-shade.
One of the key players that gathered LGU support for.
We had a glimpse of Senator Amy Marcos wearing sky blue.
Is that Amy in sky blue?
Yung kanina. So this is now Vice President Sara Duterte and I believe Senator Mig Zubiri.
Yeah, I think that's Senator Mig Zubiri.
Do we know the number of guests in National Museum? Because in Duterte's time, his inauguration had around 600 people. Kasi ito mukhang mas malaki.
Is that classified info, Lian?
Natatawa nga kami dahil we had a lot of, for security reasons, we will not say, an abundance of that kahapon. So, and actually, sabi nga namin, sino ba yung, patingin ng barong? Tapos sabi namin, baka, for security reasons, ayaw din nilang ipakita. But they did upload it very late last night, yung itsura ng barong. Now we see Imelda Marcos also in a light blue terno.
Right.
Maybe it's a theme with their family. Kasi naka-blue rin si Senator Amy. Now, I think this is now the diplomats. But I can see Senate President Vicente Soto.
I think sitting beside Senator Soto is the Vice President of Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken.
There's President Estrada.
Oh, that's Chief Justice Alex Gismundo. On the other side of President, that's Anton Lagdameo. Then coming SAP, that's Estelito Mendoza, the Solicitor General of the Dictator and defense lawyer of the Sun.
I think I also saw Irene Marcos.
Under Marcos's hybrid system, Estelito Mendoza actually had 3 roles. He was Solicitor General, he was Minister of Justice, and he was Assemblyman.
Wow.
Yeah.
He
My portrait si Mendoza sa DOJ.
Yeah, he was a very important player in the Marcos regime.
And continued to play an important role for many of the people who can afford his legal services.
That's right.
Fun fact, Chief Justice Alex Gismundo was a former commissioner of the PCGG before he was appointed. Yes, so he started his career as a lawyer of the OSG, matagal siya doon, and then he spent around 3 to 4 years in the PCGG under Arroyo before he was appointed Justice of Sandigan Bayan. And then it was Duterte who put him as a Justice of the Supreme Court and who picked him as Chief Justice for another 5 years.
Lian, I'm struck by what you said about paying more attention to PCGG than CHR, although of course both are important and need careful monitoring. Last night on my program, Attorney Ruben Carranza said that in his estimation, the Marcoses are not so scared anymore about accountability for their human rights violations. He said, I think they are more concerned about their continuing accountability for corruption. No? In other words, sure, CHR is important, but it might not be the battleground that we might think it will be. Maybe it would be like PCGG, no? Taking control of PCG, so to deflect whatever fire is still directed at them.
Yeah, because John, that's money we're talking about. I mean, who could argue with the importance of money? And when it comes to narrative, Filipinos are more angry about corruption than they are against human rights abuses. And as far as litigation go, mahirap maglitigate ng human rights, especially that mahirap maglitigate ng human rights dito sa Pilipinas, but corruption, we have a special anti-graft court, we have a Sandigan Bayan, and again, it's money on the line, so it would be more important, I guess, to a lot of people pag pera ang pinag-uusapan.
Again, we're looking at live footage courtesy of RTVM. It just struck me, maybe one of the reasons they chose the National Museum, it's like a throwback in terms of architecture. No? This is the Third Republic. This is the look of the Third Republic, which out of which Ferdinand Marcos Sr. emerged, and which he eventually dominated. So that kind of I don't know what you call that. I don't know what the architectural term is, that neoclassical look, no?
Yes,
All those
neoclassical
colonnades and so on. It has an impact, no? It's very visually pleasing. It projects power.
Yeah, there really is an element of grandeur to the ceremony. It's very different from the 2016 Duterte inauguration, that it wasn't in a public space. It was looks like a lot less people before than now. And you can really see, yung parang may cloth pa na all wrapped around the museum, and just the large space and the fact that there's an area for the public.
So this is the diplomatic corps, I think, that we're seeing. So much history also here, kasi yung Congress sa loob niyang National Museum of Fine Arts, yan yung nilock nung
1973.
ng 1973, was it 1973 Constitution?
Yeah, it was padlocked in 1972, no?
72.
That's a very nice perspective.
Mamaya tanong natin si Bea kung saan banda dito nilagay ang media. I don't think they're close. That's Sara Duterte with, I think that's the Chinese vice president, no? Wearing barong.
I think so.
It's hard with their face masks.
Could that be the Australian Governor General?
It could be. It's hard. Ayan, si Senator Amy Marcos with her, and that's Borgie Banotok beside him. We saw Secretary Boying Remulla behind them. Actually, hindi natin alam kung sino yung designer ng terno ni Senator Amy Marcos, because when Bongbong uploaded it on his Instagram last night, ang nakalagay lang ay terno ng kanyang asawa, Attorney Lisa Marcos, at terno ni Irene, and the barong of Sandro. So we don't know who designed Amy Marcos's terno.
I had a chance to interview Bongbong Marcos when he was running for vice president in 2016, and he grew quite introspective when I asked him about the day they left the Philippines. I think part of his answer was that he was just sitting on the plane. I think he was beside the Dingcoangco, and it was like he if I remember correctly, he was like they were having a hard time comprehending what was happening to them, He was looking out the window and wondering whether it's the last time we'd see the Philippines. I mean, that's where they're coming from. I can understand the line of argument that says the Marcoses never left. No? I mean, their influence was here and all that. But I think that erases also our history when we say that in fact they did leave. They and their ouster left a real scar on them. That's part of the reason why they're back. As I'm sure we were not ready for this for Amy Marcos to very early on, say the quiet part out loud. No? They were doing this to rehabilitate their father's legacy and their own name. No, it's like it's like the Ampatuans. No, years from now, running for high office to rehabilitate the name that was stained by the Ampatuan Maguindanao massacre. I think it was very real for them. That's my point. It was very real for them being forced out of power. I don't think they were ready for that. No? Anyway, so that was my impression of his answer. That it was real shock. They were stunned, but they were on display on the way out of the Philippines, and they didn't know whether they were ever going to come back.
I think I saw the second gentleman, Douglas M. Hoff. He's sitting beside the Chief Justice. So it's Senator Tito Soto, Chief Justice Gismundo, and then the second gentleman of the United States.
I think President-elect Marcos should be in the premises already, right? I mean,
yes,
they're just waiting for the right time.
Time check, it's already 11:20, so they would need to get the ball rolling soon for the 12 noon
correct.
requirement to be fulfilled.
We're also seeing former President Joseph Estrada. We haven't seen President Arroyo yet.
Paalis
they're
pala.
just leaving Malacanang. Okay.
But this should be quick.
Yeah, it's just over the
Mabilis
bridge.
lang yan.
I think that's his Mercedes-Benz.
I'm surprised Bagong Lipunan has not played yet.
Interesting choice.
Yeah,
It's a decision that must have been made talaga.
Because that's a sound that I can hear even when it's not playing.
In the back of your head all the time.
At the back of your head, it's like Bagong Lipunan is playing.
Of course, this was not the view in 1986. There were very few high rises in that area at the time. So in many ways, the Marcoses are returning to Malacanang. That's very different. It's a different Malacanang. It's a different world.
And I think they're aware how different of a time this is from before, and that's why I think the actuations towards the diplomatic community, caring about human rights and accountability, are all part of that. I mean, he's a cosmopolitan person. He went to Oxford, although did not finish his degree. So he knows the importance and value of appearing to be on the side of, the international order, the international community, yung mga ganon.
Yeah, and I think he's also aware of the shadow cast by his father's legacy. And I think there is maybe a motivation to prove that he is different from his father. And being someone who's so exposed internationally, right? Like, he's educated in the West. He would be eager to prove that, diba, parang gain acceptance into that group or acceptance in the international community.
Although at this point, I think only Vice President-elect Duterte has immediate plans of foreign travel, right? I think she wants to attend the UN General Assembly in September.
Right.
Yes.
Right? again, establishing her uh, uh, parameters early on.
That's interesting because Duterte's first foreign trip was to an ASEAN nation. So he made the point of making the rounds of Southeast Asia first before going beyond. And
Yeah.
he always nga said that ayaw niya pumunta sa US kasi he doesn't like Americans. I mean, may mga prejudices siya. And things about winter, he cannot take a cold country. So obviously Marcos does not have the same qualms.
Yeah. I mean, if tradition holds, I think he will also. I mean, Marcos Jr.'s first visit, first foreign visit will also be in ASEAN. You know, the ASEAN leaders meet twice a year,
Mhm.
so there's an early opportunity to do that. Oh, interesting. There are clumps, there are crowds
Mhm.
on the street corners.
I think the protest, the rallyists are in Plaza Miranda, if I'm not
Mhm.
mistaken. Some are converging in Liwasang, Bonifacio, and the martial law survivors are holding a program in Bantayog ng mga bayani. And we need to mention also that may threat sa mga rallyista ngayong araw. They were
Mhm.
told that they cannot go in front of the or near the venue of the National Museum. There's been conversation about whether the police can legally do that. Of course, they cannot because there's a right to assembly.
Mhm.
But uh, I think the discussion among the protest leaders would be just to hold it in Freedom Parks, yung pinaka-safe, which is yun nga, Liwasang Bonifacio, Plaza Miranda, and Bantayog ng mga bayani. They're also holding counter oath-taking, I think, at Bantayog for the martial law survivors.
I'm not sure where Vice President Lenny Robredo is right now. How would I'm not sure. Was she invited even to the inauguration?
Again, I hope I have the answer for you, Pia. Pero, yan lang. But, in the age of Instagram, tignan natin ang Instagram ng anak ni Vice President Lenny Robredo. Baka meron silang IG story of where they are currently.
Kasi in past years, diba, the VP's oath-taking would take place in the morning. And that's where you would find the
Yes.
outgoing VP. But now, talagang, we haven't heard anything or diba, about her so far.
Wow, the streets are so clean.
Maybe we're too far away to notice the uncleanliness. But definitely the road closures, no, were for this day.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Precisely for this moment.
So now they're crossing Taft.
That's
And
good.
there's LRT.
From the LRT.
So the passengers there would have a great view of what's happening
Correct.
now.
So again, the program that we're expecting, Tony Gonzaga will sing the national anthem. Chris Villonco will sing the inaugural song. No Andrew E. for today, for you.
Desire na lang talaga siya.
That's the annex now of the National Museum. I think that's the
That's right.
Museum of Natural History, if I'm not mistaken, yung building na yan. Ayan na.
Right, so if we look at the time, it's 11:25. So right on time for an oath for speech. We will see how long it will take. Do we know kung sino yung mga speech writers ni Marcos?
Sorry.
Yung speechwriters niya, like,
We have an idea of who his social media people are, and I think in the Marcos world, that is more important than the speechwriters. The social media managers are more important. But we saw the oath taking of PCOO officials yesterday. Some journalists we know of are now there. Our colleagues who covered the campaign are now with the PCOO. So,
Oh, is that the new First Lady?
perhaps Marcos writes his own speeches, especially if they're really major ones like this.
That's First Lady. That's Attorney Liza Araneta Marcos, who will be quitting her firm effective today if she has not done so yet.
Of President-elect Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
So they rode together.
Yes, they rode together. Yung lining ng National Museum, that's really the Marcos lining. That lining, yung blue, red, and blue, is found on most of his polo jack, yung kanyang polo lagi. So that's a very signature lining.
Moment for the family. After months of doing campaign.
That's President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., 33 minutes away from the fate that he has worked for since 1986. The First Lady is wearing a terno designed by Leslie Mobo. That's Sandro behind them. All the three ba? I'm seeing Sandro, Congressman of the First District of Ilocos Norte, Simon, the second child, and Vincent, the youngest.
Please rise for the entrance of colors. Let us all rise for the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdinigding. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhating pagsinta, buhay ay lagit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
please remain standing for the ecumenical prayer.
Kindly bow your heads in prayer. Sa ngalan ng Ama at ng Anak at ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. O Diyos naming maawain at mapagmahal, kami ay nagpapasalamat sa araw na ito na inyong nilikha, puspos ng biyaya para sa mundo at mga Pilipino, kung saan aming tinatanggap ang aming bagong Pangulo. Nawa ang araw na ito ay maghatid ng pagkakataon upang maging ganap ang aming hinahangad na pagkakaisa, kaunlaran at kapayapaan. Maging hudyat nawa ito ng tunay na pagbabago, paglilingkod at pag-asa. Sa ngalan ni Kristo na aming Panginoon, kasama ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم. Ya Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, please fill our mind and soul with good health and wellness forever. Bless us and our future leader, Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., a good health and spirit of wisdom so that he may serve his countrymen. We pray that our nation be crowned with compassion and nurtured by your love. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وادخلنا في جنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار Ya Rabbal Alamin.
Panginoon po naming Diyos, banal ka po at makapangyarihan sa lahat. Pakitanggap po ang aming taos-sa-pusong pasasalamat sapagkat taglay pa naming lahat ngayon ang aming buhay at ang aming lakas. Sasaksihan po namin ang panunumpa ng bagong Pangulo ng aming Republika. Nagmamakaawa kaming lahat na tulungan mo po ang aming Pangulo, maging lahat ng mga nangunguna sa aming pamahalaan, maipatupad ng pantay-pantay lahat ng mga batas, tungo po sa pag-unlad ng aming lipunan. Hinihiling po namin maghari sa amin ang iyong katwiran, sa ngalan po Ama ng aming Panginoong Hesukristo. Amen.
Mapagpala po namin Diyos, binabalik po namin ang papuri at pasalamat sa inyong saganang biyaya na sa kabila ng mga krisis, pandemya, kami po ay patuloy na tumitingin na kami po ay merong bagong lipunan na kung saan ang bawat isa sa amin ay magkakaisa upang kami po ay umunlad. Panginoon, inyo pong puspusin ng biyaya ang aming bagong Pangulo. 10 po ng kanyang buong sambahayan at pamilya. Gayon din po ang lahat ng mga gabinete, ang kanyang administrasyon. At salamat po na kami ay walang dapat ipangamba sapagkat kayo po'y nangako na kayo po ang sa amin. Ito po ang aming pakiusap sa pangalan po ng aming Panginoong Hesus. Amen.
Salamat po Ama sa pag-ibig na pinupuno niyo sa puso ng bawat Pilipino. Pag-ibig na maaaring sandalan, gawing pundasyon at balangkas ng aming pagkakaisa. Patuloy niyo po kaming pag-umapawi ng pag-ibig sa bayan, sa inyo at sa aming kapwa. Sa pangalan ng Panginoong Hesus. Aming Amang manlilikha at tagapagtaguyod,
nagkakaisa po kami ngayon na nagtatalaga sa inyong hinirang na maging Pangulo at lingkod ng bayan, si Ginoong Ferdinand Bongbong Romualdez Marcos Jr. Sa kanyang pamumuno at pamamahala, liwanagan niyo po siya ng inyong maningning na ilaw, kasihan at puspusin ng inyong banal na diwa, lapatan ng inyong mapagpalang kamay, pangunahan at akayin ng inyong makatwirang tinig, at patuloy na pagkalooban ng nag-uumapaw na pag-ibig at pagmamalasakit sa sambayanang Pilipinas.
Bigyan niyo po siya ng mga makakatuwang sa pamamahala na may busilak na kalooban, mga manunungkulang maalam, mabunga at marubdob ang pagmamahal sa bayan. Kami pong lahat na mamamayan ay patuloy ninyong gabayan na maging matapat sa aming mga tungkulin sa bayan para sa isang maunlad at nagkakaisang Pilipinas.
Sa maiksing sandali po ng tahimik na pakikipagniig sa ating Ama sa Langit, ipabatid natin ang ating mga niloloob at pasalamat.
Please be seated. Welcome to the inaugural ceremony of President-elect Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. To begin, let us now witness and give a big round of applause to the military and civic parade.
Sa makasaysayang araw na ito, ating binibigyang pugay ang bagong Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, Pangulong Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. Kung kaya't narito po ang isang parada bilang pagpaparangal. Atin na pong tunghayan ng mga tagapangalaga ng bansa, naglilingkod sa iba't ibang larangan, isinasanggalang ang bansa sa anumang pagbabanta. Sila na nagtataglay ng katapangan at kagitingan, patuloy na nakikipaglaban para sa kapayapaan at kalayaan na ating tinatamasa. Bumubungad po ang parada na kinabibilangan ng ating core ng mga kadete ng Sandatahang Lakas at Pambansang Pulisya ng Pilipinas, gayon din po ang Tanod Baybayin. Inyo pong nasaksihan ang high-speed opener pass o ang mabilisang paglipad ng FA-50PH o ang tinaguriang Fighting Eagle. Ito ang pangunahing air asset na ginamit sa pagsasagawa ng combat air operation sa Marawi City laban sa ISIS-inspired terrorists. Naipamalas na ng FA-50PH, Agila ng Pilipinas, ang pagiging most lethal weapon system dahil sa iba't ibang katangian nito na ginagampanan sa pagdepensa at pag-atake sa impapawid ng Philippine Air Force. Ang FA-50PH bilang air asset ay pinangangasiwaan ng ating 5th Fighter Wing, the home of the country's frontline fighters and jet trainers. Nangunguna po sa ating parada ang pinagsamang banda ng Sandatahang Lakas ng Pilipinas. Dumaraan po sa hating harapan ang commander ng tropa, Major General Jonas R. Lumawag, Philippine Navy Marines. Ang unang brigada sa kasuotang gala ay nasa pamumuno ni Brigadier General Alvin P. Flores, Army. Ang unang batalyon ay binubuo ng core ng mga kadete ng Sandatahang Lakas ng Pilipinas na pinangungunahan ni Cadet First Class Edmond D. Logronio. Mula sa prestiyosong Philippine Military Academy, ang mga ginuot binibining ito ang mamamahala sa iba't ibang sangay ng Sandatahang Lakas. Ikinikintal sa kanilang puso't isipan ng kagitingan, integridad at katapatan. Sila na sa hinaharap ay magiging kaagapay sa pagsusulong ng kapayapaan at kaunlaran ng bansa. Sumusunod ang batalyon ng mga kadete mula sa kilalang Philippine National Police Academy sa pangunguna ni Cadet Second Class Joshua R. Pulido. Hinuhubog ang karakter ng mga kadeteng ito upang mamuno sa hinarap ng nananaig ang paglilingkod, karangalan at hustisya, gayon din bilang makadiyos, responsable at respetadong mga public safety officers. Mangyaring tumayo po ang lahat para sa pagdating ng watawat ng Pilipinas. Mangyaring magsiupo na ang lahat. Ating natutunghayan ang mga sagisag mula sa Sandatahang Lakas, Pambansang Pulisya at sa Tanod Baybayin ng Pilipinas. Ang pangalawang brigada sa kanilang kasuotang battle dress attire ay pinamumunuan ni Brigadier General Joanis Leonardi B. Dimaano ng Air Force. Sumusunod ang batalyon ng Special Operations Forces ng Sandatahang Lakas sa pangunguna ni Commander Ray R.G. Habonete ng Navy. Binubuo ang batalyon ng Scout Ranger at Special Forces ng Philippine Army, Naval Special Operations Group ng Philippine Navy at 7th Special Operations Wing ng Philippine Air Force. Sila mga piling individual na ang kasanayan ay sa iba't ibang larangan at nakakaangat lalo na sa mga espesyal na operasyon. Narito naman ang batalyon na binubuo ng kapulisan at Tanod Baybayin na pinamumunuan ni Police Lieutenant Colonel Joseph C. Bayan. Ang ating kapulisan na tagapagpatupad ng batas ay papanatili ng kapayapaan at kaayusan at nagsisiguro sa kaligtasan ng ating mamamayan. Ang Tanod Baybayin ay nakatuon sa Maritime Search and Rescue, Maritime Law Enforcement, Maritime Safety, Marine Environmental Protection at Maritime Security. Tunghayan natin ang mga sasakyan at gamit pandigma ng Sandatahang Lakas ng Pilipinas, Pambansang Pulisya ng Pilipinas at Tanod Baybayin ng Pilipinas, gayon din ang mga tauhang kabilang sa mga espesyal na unit, kasama na rin po ang pansuportang unit. Nangunguna ang mga espesyal na unit ng Sandatahang Lakas ng Pilipinas. Nariyan po ang Explosive Ordnance and Disposal Units, kabilang na rin po ang Chemical, Biological and Radiological Nuclear Teams. Sumusunod naman po ang Kia Light Tactical Vehicle at Troop Carrying Vehicle. Narito rin po ang 11 metrong rigid hull inflatable boat ng Naval Special Operations Group ng Philippine Navy. Ginagamit ito sa mga espesyal na operasyon bilang suporta sa maliitang SEAL operation. Ang tinaguriang combat arm of decision ng Armor Assets. Nangunguna ang Commando V-150 na pangunahing nakadisenyo para sa panloob na operasyong pansiguridad ng bansa. Kasabay ang Simba Armor Fighting Vehicle ng Philippine Army na gumagana para sa panloob na seguridad. Nariyan din po ang V-300 Armor Personal Carrier ng Philippine Marine Corps, isang uri ng sasakyan na magagamit sa lupa o tubig man. Natutunghayan naman po natin ang artillery assets na binubuo ng mga kanyon ng Sandatahang Lakas ng Pilipinas. Nangunguna ang 20mm M39 anti-aircraft cannons at iniakma ito bilang ground-based weapons mula sa dating F-5 Freedom Fighters aircraft. Sumusunod ang Atmos 155mm howitzer system na binuo bilang shoot-and-scoot weapon na agarang magre-responde sa mahirap na kalupaan at kritikal na lugar. Kontrolado ito ng electronic suit na may inertial navigation system-based gun, laying method at automatic loader. Nasa ating harapan ang 105mm howitzers. Sumusuporta ang mga ito sa mga puwersang nasa gitna ng operasyong militar. Ang gamit pandigmang ito ay nagbibigay ng close fire support. Inyo naman pong nakikita ang 8-ton Ural trucks at 1 and 1/4 ton Sadco. Ang mga sasakyang ito ay ginagamit bilang bahagi ng combat support units. Gayon din sa panahon ng kagipitan, partikular sa humanitarian assistance and disaster response. Mga espesyal na sasakyang naglalaman naman ng mga gamit pang komunikasyon at sistemang pang-impormasyon na may kakayahan upang maisakatuparan ang ugnayan sa pamamagitan ng radio communication sa iba't ibang frequency bands. Ang mga sasakyan naman po at kagamitan ng ating pambansang pulisya ng Pilipinas at tanod baybayin ng Pilipinas na pawang ginagamit sa iba't ibang larangan, seguridad at maging sa kampanya laban sa terorismo at humanitarian assistance and disaster response. Pinangungunahan ito ng PNP Highway Patrol na tinaguriang Guardian of the Highways na nakatuon sa operasyon sa lansangan para sa traffic safety at maging sa paglaban sa krimen. Nariyan po ang mga sasakyan ng NCRPO, ang Forensic Group Scene of the Crime Operatives, ang Chemical, Biological, Radiological, Nuclear and Explosives, at ang pinagsanib na Explosive Ordnance at K9 Mobile Vehicle Van. Natutunghayan natin ng SWAT Van, ang Special Action Force, na lula ng Multipurpose Armored Vehicle Personnel Carrier at MG Rubber Boat. Mula naman sa tanod baybayin, nariyan ang bomb squad, ambulance at mga patrol cars. Nariyan po ang kanilang jet ski para naman sa agarang makatugon sa seguridad at search and rescue operations. Ang aluminum search and rescue boats na nakadisenyo upang mabilisang makaresponde ang rescue team sa mga nalunod o biktima ng sakuna sa karagatan. Samantalang ang Regional Hull Boat ay ginagamit sa iba't ibang misyong isinasagawa ng Coast Guard Anti-Terrorist Unit. Ngayon po, ibalik ang inyong atensyon sa kalangitan at natutunghayan ang pagdaan ng mga sasakyang panghimpapawid ng Santahang Lakas ng Pilipinas. Inyo pong nakikita ang 4 na 829 Super Tucano. Sumusunod ang 10 SF-260 Marchetti, nakadisenyo para sa basic at intermediate training at nagsisilbing dependable attack aircraft para sa close air support. Nariyan din ang 4 na Cessna aircraft at ang panguli sa hanay ng mga sasakyang panghimpapawid, ang 9 na T-41 trainer aircraft. Ang tinatawag na trainer aircraft ay ginagamit sa basic pilot training ng Air and Education Command ng Philippine Air Force. Mga kababayan, atin pong natunghayan ang ating sandatahang lakas, ang pambansang pulisya at ang tanod baybayin ng Pilipinas na maaasahan mapaanumang larangan saan man at kailanman. Sila ang ating mga kaagapay upang mapanatili ang kaayusan, katiwasayan at kapayapaan sa buong kapuluan para sa masaganang kinabukasan ng ating bayang Pilipinas.
Mula naman sa iba't ibang sektor ng ating lipunan. Ang ating mga bayaning katuwang sa lalong pagpapaganda at pagpapaunlad ng ating bansa. Ang ating mga medical frontliners. Sa panahong singdilim ng pandemya, ang mga bayaning nagniningning ng pinakamaliwanag. Sila ang ating mga medical at healthcare frontliners. Nanganganib sa bawat araw upang masigurong ligtas at protektado ang bawat pamilyang Pilipino. ang ating mga overseas Filipino workers. Sa ibayong lupa man o karagatan, ang manggagawang Pilipino ay tinitingala ng ibang bayan. Dahil sa kanilang husay, galing, at pagmamahal sa trabaho. Karangal-rangal ang kanilang mga sakripisyo. Malayo sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. Kapalit ng kanilang di matatawarang kontribusyon sa ating ekonomiya. Mga atletang Pinoy sa larangan ng palakasan. Walang tatalo sa puso ng atletang Pinoy. Dugot pawis at sakripisyo mula pagkabata upang makamtan ang medalyang hinahangad. Ang karangalang inyong dala para sa bansa sa bawat labang buhay ang inyong itinataya ay kabayanihang ating kinikilala. Ang manggagawang Pilipino. Kinikilala bilang haligi ng ating pag-unlad bilang isang bansa. Ang kanilang pagpupunyagi at pagsisikap na maitaguyod ang pamilyang Pilipino sa kabila ng anumang balakid ay ating bigyang dangal. Anumang industriya o antas ng panunungkulan, ang bawat manggagawang Pilipino ay bahagi ng pagbabago. Ang ating transport sector. Panlupa, pantubig, o panghimpapawid. Ang ating ligtas na paglalakbay ay hatid ng ating transport sector. Mula sa mga tsuper, piloto, at flight attendants, o mga seafarers, at kapitan ng barko. Ang kanilang husay at galing ay katuwang natin sa paglalakbay tungo sa maunlad na bukas. Isang pagpupugay sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda. Kinikilala natin ang huwarang kontribusyon ng ating mga bayani sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura. Ang ating likas na yamang lupa at karagatan. kasama ang mga makabagong teknolohiya. Isang masaganang kinabukasan para sa agrikultura at matibay na seguridad sa pagkain ang naghihintay sa atin. Ang ating Street Management Services Sector. Malinis, ligtas, at maayos na mga kalye at lansangan. Hatid ng ating mga kababayan sa serbisyo. Sinisigurong malinis ang ating kapaligiran. Maginhawa ang daloy ng trapiko. At ligtas ang ating publiko sa daan. Saludo po sa inyo. Ang ating construction industry. To read the joint resolution from the Senate and House of Representatives, Senate President Vicente Tito Soto III.
As the Senate President and co-chair of the joint public session of Congress that canvassed the votes for presidential and vice presidential candidates in the national elections held on the 9th of May, 2022, it is my distinct honor and privilege to join you in this historic occasion and read the dispositive portion of the resolution of both houses, which proclaimed the duly elected President and Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines. The dispositive portion of the said resolution reads as follows. Resolved further to declare the candidate Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Romualdez Marcos Jr. and candidate Sara Zimmerman Duterte received the highest number of votes cast for President and Vice President respectively in the national elections held on the 9th of May 2022, and by virtue thereof to proclaim Ferdinand Bongbong Romualdez Marcos Jr. as the duly elected President of the Republic of the Philippines and Sara Zimmerman Duterte as the duly elected Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines.
To administer the oath of office to President-elect Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., Chief Justice Alexander G. Gesmundo. May we request on stage Attorney Liza Araneta Marcos, Ferdinand Alexander Sandro Marcos, Joseph Simon Marcos, and William Vincent Marcos to witness the oath-taking.
Mangyaring taas ang kanang kamay at wikain ang mga sumusunod. Ako, si Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
Si Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
ay mataimtim na nanunumpa.
Ay taimtim na nanunumpa.
Natutuparin ko ng buong katapatan at sigasig
Natutuparin ko na buong katapatan at sigasig
ang aking mga tungkulin
bilang
Pangulo ng Pilipinas,
Pangulo ng Pilipinas,
pangangalagaan at ipagtatanggol ang kanyang konstitusyon, ipatutupad ang mga batas nito, magiging makatarungan sa bawat tao, at itatalaga ang aking sarili sa paglilingkod sa bansa. Kasinawa ako ng Diyos. Congratulations, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
His Excellency David Hurley, Governor General of Australia, and First Lady Linda Hurley, Their Excellencies, Special Envoys, and Heads of Delegations, His Excellency, Most Reverend Charles John Brown, and the esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, Vice President Sara Duterte, President Fidel Ramos, President Joseph Ejercito Estrada, President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Senate President Vicente Soto III, and the honorable members of the Philippine Senate, House Speaker Lord Alan J. Velasco, and the honorable members of the House of Representatives, Chief Justice Alexander Gesmundo, and the honorable justices of the Supreme Court, of course, First Lady Lisa Araneta, and my children, Alexander, Sandro, Simon, and Vincent. I cannot proceed without a special greeting, of course, to the former First Lady Imelda Romualdez Marcos. Other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, ang aking minamahal na mga kababayan, magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. This is a historic moment for us all. I feel it deep within me. You, the people, have spoken, and it is resounding. When my call for unity started to resonate with you, it did so because it echoed your yearnings, mirrored your sentiments, and expressed your hopes for family, for country, and for a better future. That is why it reverberated and amplified as it did, to deliver the biggest electoral mandate in the history of Philippine democracy. By your vote, you rejected the politics of division. I offended none of my rivals in this campaign. I listened instead to what they were saying. And I saw little incompatibility with my own ideas about jobs, fair wages, personal safety, and national strength, and ending want in a land of plenty. I believe that if we but focus on the work at hand and the work that will come to hand, we will go very far under my watch. You believe that too. At pinakinggan ko ang tinig ninyo na ang sinisigaw ay pagkakaisa, pagkakaisa, pagkakaisa. We will go farther together than against each other, pushing forward, not pulling each other back, out of fear, out of a misplaced sense of weakness. But we are the furthest from weak. The Filipino diaspora flourishes even in the most inhospitable climes, where they are valued for their quality. The changes we seek will benefit all and will shortchange no one. I was not the instrument of change. You were that. You made it happen. I am now. You picked me to be your servant, to enable changes to benefit all. I fully understand the gravity of the responsibility that you've put on my shoulders. I do not take it lightly, but I am ready for the task. I will need your help. I want to rely on it. But rest assured, I do not predicate success on the wide cooperation that's needed. I will get it done. I once knew a man who saw what little had been achieved since independence. in a land of people with the greatest potential for achievement, and yet they were poor. But he got it done, sometimes with the needed support, sometimes without. So will it be with his son. You will get no excuses from me. I am here not to talk about the past. I am here to tell you about our future. A future of sufficiency, even plenty, of readily available ways and means to get done what needs doing, by you, by me. We do not look back, but ahead, up the road that we must take to a place better than the one we lost in the pandemic. Gains made and lost, opportunities missed, well-laid plans superseded by the pandemic. Indeed, ours was the fastest growing economy in ASEAN by ways now outdated. We shall be again by a radical change in the way the world must now work to recover what we have lost in that fire and move on from there. We face prospects of the spread of the war abroad, of which we are totally blameless. We seek friendship with all. But countries like ours will bear the brunt of it. And if the great powers draw the wrong lessons from the ongoing tragedy in Ukraine, the same dark prospect of conflict will spread to our part of the world. Yet, there is more out there. Like going forward by new ways of doing that the pandemic forces to adopt. A stronger resilience, quicker adaptability. They are our best prevention. They are our best protection. Quiet reflection in a rough and tumble campaign of a breadth and intensity never experienced revealed some of them, such as the willingness to listen despite the noise, the hesitation to quarrel over differences, and to never, ever give up hope of reconciliation. These gave me the peace to ponder deeper. There are hints of a road not taken that could get us out of here quicker to something better, something less fragile. There is also what you, the people, did to cope, but this time empowered by new techniques and more resources. You got government help, and for this I thank my predecessor for the courage of his hard decisions. But there is a way to put more means and choices in your hands. I trust the Filipino. Imagine how much more you'd achieve if government backstops instead of dictating your decisions. Always there to pick you up when you fall, giving what you need to get past a problem. Imagine if it invested in your self-empowerment to bring it closer to taking on whatever challenges come. Imagine a country that, in almost every sense, is you. Now imagine what you and government can achieve together. We did it in the pandemic. We will do it again. But again, I will not predicate my promise to you on your cooperation. You have your own lives to live, your work to do, and there too I will help. Government will get as much done alone without requiring more from you. That is what government and public officials are for. No excuses, just deliver. It was like that once upon a time. I did not talk much in this campaign. I did not bother to think of rebutting my rivals. Instead, I searched for promising approaches better than the usual solutions. I listened to you. I did not lecture you who has the biggest stake in our success. and the forthcoming State of the Nation will tell you exactly how we shall get this done. In this fresh chapter of our history, I extend my hand to all Filipinos. Come, let us put our shoulders to the wheel and give that wheel a faster turn to repair and to rebuild and to address challenges in new ways, to provide what all Filipinos need, to be all that we can. We are here to repair a house divided, to make it whole, and to stand strong again in the bayanihan way, expressive of our nature as Filipinos. We shall seek, not scorn, dialogue. Listen respectfully to contrary views. Be open to suggestions coming from hard thinking and unsparing judgment, but always from us, Filipinos. We can trust no one else when it comes to what is best for us. Past history has often proven that. Solutions from outside divided us. None deepened our understanding. They were always at our expense. Never forget, we are Filipinos. One nation, one republic, indivisible. We resisted and never failed to defeat foreign attempts to break up our country in my father's watch. His strongest critics have conceded that. So let us all be part of the solution that we choose. In that lies the power to get it done. Always be open to differing views, but ever united in our chosen goal. Never hesitating to change it, should it prove wanting. That is how agile, resilient republics are made. Our future we decide today. Yesterday cannot make that decision anymore, nor can tomorrow delay it. The sooner we start, the surer and quicker the prospect of achieving our future. These are troubling times. What's happening to others can happen to us, but it will not. We see what's happening. We are witness to how it is being stopped, and we have seen the glory that crowns struggle against all odds. Giving up is not an option. We've been through times of bitter division, but united, we came through to this when it shall begin again, but better. The campaigns I've run have taken me here where I stand today. I listened to you, and this is what I have heard. We all want peace in our land. You and your children want a good chance at a better life in a safer, more prosperous country. All that is within reach of a hard-working, warm, and giving race. Your dreams are mine. Pangarap nyo ay pangarap ko. How can we make them come true? How can we do it together? But I will take it as far as anyone with the same faith and commitment can, as if it depended entirely on himself. Sa pangarap na maging mapayapa ang ating bansa, ang pangarap nyo ay pangarap ko. Sa pangarap na maging maunlad ang ating bansa, ang pangarap nyo ay pangarap ko. At sa pangarap na maging mas masinang ang kinabukasan natin at ng ating mga anak, ang pangarap nyo ay pangarap ko. We are presently drawing up a comprehensive, all-inclusive plan for economic transformation. We will build back better by doing things in the light of the experiences that we have had, both good and bad. It doesn't matter. No looking back in anger or nostalgia. In the road ahead, the immediate months will be rough, but I will walk that road with you. The pandemic ravaged bigger economies than ours. The virus is not the only thing to blame. What had been well built was torn down. we will build it back better. The role of agriculture cries for the urgent attention that its neglect and misdirection now demands. Food self-sufficiency has been the key promise of every administration. None but one delivered. There were inherent defects in the old ways and in recent ways too. The trade policy of competitive advantage made the case that when it comes to food sufficiency, a country should not produce but import what other countries make more of and sell cheapest. Then came Ukraine. The most vulnerable when it comes to food are the countries furthest away from the conflict, those bearing no blame for provoking it. Yet they face the biggest risk of starvation. If financial aid is poured into them, though it never is, there is nothing to buy. Food is not just a trade commodity. Without it, people weaken and die. Societies come apart. It is more than a livelihood. It is an existential imperative and a moral one. An agriculture damaged and diminished by unfair competition will have a harder time or will have no prospects at all of recovering. Food sufficiency must get the preferential treatment the richest free trade countries always gave their agricultural sectors. Their policy boils down to don't do as we do. Do what we tell you to. I am giving that policy the most serious thought if it doesn't change or make more allowances for emergencies with long-term effects. There is a parallel problem in our energy supply. Sufficient fossil fuel-free technology for whole economies has yet to be invented. And it is not seriously tried by rich countries. Again, consider the response of the richest countries to the war in Ukraine. But surely, a free world awash with oil can assure supplies. Or we will find a way. We are not far from oil and gas reserves that have already been developed. What we teach in our schools, the materials used must be rethought. I am not talking about history. I am talking about the basics, the sciences, sharpening theoretical aptitude and imparting vocational skills, such as in the German example, alongside the national language with equal emphasis and facility in a global language, which we had and lost. Let us give OFWs all the advantages we can for them to survive and to thrive. Our teachers from elementary up are heroes fighting ignorance with poor paper weapons. We are condemning the future of our race to menial occupations abroad. Then they are exploited by traffickers. Once we had an education system that prepared coming generations for more and better jobs. There is hope for a comeback. Vice President and soon-to-be Secretary of Education, Sara Duterte Carpio, will fit that mission to a T. We won't be caught unprepared, under-equipped, and understaffed to fight the next pandemic. To start with, we never got over the pandemic of poor, if any, free public health. The last major upgrade of a public health system, exemplified by the resources poured into PGH, predates the current shambles by 3 generations. Our nurses are the best in the world. They acquitted themselves with the highest distinction abroad, having suffered even the highest casualties. With the same exemplary dedication, at home, they just got by. They are out there because we cannot pay them for the same risk and workload that we have back here. There will be changes starting tomorrow. I am confident because I have an OPLE in my cabinet. There were shortcomings in the COVID response. We will fix them out in the open. No more secrets in public health. Remember, I speak from experience. I was among the first to get COVID. It was not a walk in the park. My father built more and better roads, produced more rice than all administrations before his. President Rodrigo Roa Duterte built more and better than all the administrations succeeding my father's. Much has been built, and so well, that the economic dogma of dispersing industry to develop the least likely places has been upturned. Development was brought to them. Investors are now setting up industries along the promising routes built. And yet, the potential of this country is not exhausted. Following these giant steps, we will continue to build. I will complete on schedule the projects that have been started. I'm not interested in taking credit. I want to build on success that's already happening. We will be presenting the public with a comprehensive infrastructure plan. 6 years could be just about enough time. No part of our country will be neglected. Progress will be made wherever there are Filipinos, so no investment is wasted. The recovery of Philippine tourism, with its emphasis on accessing nature's beauty, I am sure will exceed expectations. And bigger is not always better, but there's something to be said for economies of scale. And yet the country invites investments in fast-rising industries with quick returns and inflicts irreparable damage for future generations. We have yet to see large-scale practical solutions to pollution. Those are beginning to emerge. But there are tried and proven new ways of mitigation. Blades have been turning over the sand dunes of Ilocos Norte, harnessing a power all around but unseen long before this day. I built them. The rich world talks a great deal but does a lot less about it than those with much less, but who suffer more death and destruction from climate change and lack of adaptation. We will look to our partners and friends to help the Philippines, who, despite having a very small carbon footprint, is at the highest risk. First, spare victims, then help them recover, and move on to lessen the harmful impact of climate change. We too have our part to play. We are the third biggest plastics polluter in the world, but we won't shirk from that responsibility. We will clean up. You will not be disappointed, so do not be afraid. With every difficult decision that I must make, I will keep foremost in my heart and in my mind the debt of gratitude I owe you for the honor and responsibility that you have conferred on me. Whatever is in a person to make changes for the better of others, I lay before you now in my commitment. I will try to spare you. You have your other responsibilities to carry. But I will not spare myself from shedding the last bead of sweat or giving the last ounce of courage and sacrifice. And if you ask me why I am so confident of the future, I will answer you simply that I have 110 million reasons to start with. Such is my faith in the Filipino. Believe, have hope. The sun also rises like it did today and as it will tomorrow. And as surely as that, we will achieve the country all Filipinos deserve. God bless the Philippines. God bless our work. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Magandang tanghali po.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
We will now have a photo opportunity with President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. May we invite the first family on stage. First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos, Ferdinand Alexander Sandro Marcos, Joseph Simon Marcos, and William Vincent Marcos.
May we now request Vice President Sara Duterte to join the first family. Request on stage Chief Justice Alexander G. Gesmundo and Senate President Vicente Soto III to join the first family. May we now request Madam Imelda R. Marcos, Senator Amy Marcos, and Ms. Irene
after
Marcos
taking the
Araneta
oath of
to
office
join
at
the first
exactly
family.
12 noon, President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. Gave I think a 25-minute inaugural address, and now they're just taking pictures with the other dignitaries. Lian, Pia, your thoughts on the President's speech?
It was a good speech.
Go ahead, Lian. Ikaw.
It was a very well-written speech. I'm now in the process of finding out who wrote that speech. The choice of language is interesting. English, very may code switching pero very minimal ang Filipino ni President Bongbong Marcos. Maganda yung speech. Actually, it played upon the main theme of unity, pero now it's more may laman yung unity message niya. It's still a very very feel good speech. It sort of talk to the people na kasi naalala niyo parang other inaugural speeches have promises, 'di ba, na corruption will be over para sa masa and crime. This is like, I will make you feel good. I will listen to you. We will have a bright future ahead of us. So it centered mainly on the theme of unity, but also, I don't know if you agree with me, it's also very largely an ode to his father. Sinabi niya na my father got things done, but he also says, let's not talk about the past, but rather talk about the future, and I will do it with you. And he said that it will be a government that does things for you, and that's how it was before. Again, an ode to his father. He said that his father did more and better things than all the administrations before his, and makes an ode to Duterte. That's when he said that Duterte did more and better things than all the administrations before his. So for everyone watching, I think it's a mixed feelings for all of us. I don't know. Ano sa tingin nyo? pagkatapos ng inaugural speech ni President Marcos.
Pia, what do you think?
I think Marcos first made the point of kind of emphasizing how large his mandate is. It's one of the first things he said that parang the biggest electoral mandate in the history of Philippine democracy. The people have spoken and it is resounding. So he was really trying to set the stage na parang, oh, ito, I'm here now, it's me, it's my turn and I have this huge mandate. So parang in a way parang saying you have to trust me because, there must be a reason why I won this mandate. And then things that I found interesting, no, yun nga sabi ni Lian, he bookmarked Marcos in Duterte, his predecessor, as if to say that itong two men lang in our history really, benefited our governance, completely forgetting the fact that Benigno Aquino III was the one who was able to revive our economy to the point that gave Duterte a lot of flexibility to enter into loans because we had a good credit rating, or the infrastructure he built partially was because of the sound economic policies that Aquino made. And it's just interesting that he would wash over that completely. I mean, obviously not surprising, but we also have to remind reviewers that parang medyo kind of not taking into account also gains made by his political rivals. And we also saw, to me, promising certain parts of his speech where he was talking about how he would be open to dialogue and that his governance would benefit all and shortchange no one. So things like that, making it sound like he would be more open to a liberal type of democracy, like more accepting of dissenting views and parang contrary views. Meron pa siya talagang part na saying that. So I also appreciated what he was saying about specific governance sectors. Like the first thing he mentioned was agriculture and pandemic. So you can really tell how much of a problem this is, a challenge that he wants to face. We all know that he made himself agriculture secretary. He mentioned energy supply, education, OFW teachers, paying nurses competitively. And then he also mentioned, interestingly, admitting that there was a shortcoming in COVID response. So this is the closest he got to criticizing his predecessor. No? He even said, no more secrets in public health. We will fix them out in the open. So is he referring to formally? I don't know. What secrets is he talking about in public health? And he mentioned a comprehensive infrastructure plan, no details, but he said it would be done in 6 years. Tourism, so parang it sounded like he wanted more ecotourism than the usual kind of tourism na, events tourism. For me as an environment reporter, I'm happy he mentioned climate change and how we have to fix the fact that we're the third biggest plastic polluter in the world. It's great to hear that kind of mention of environmental issues in an inaugural speech.
Can I just add talaga na, sorry, can I just add that it was an emotional roller coaster, that entire speech. And I guess they've captured the Filipino psyche na we are really a feeling people. Yung kailangan makuha niya yung emotion mo. And so for the first few moments of his speech, he made you feel hopeful. And I think even critics listening to him would agree and would appreciate yung parang inclusivity of the speech. He said, I will listen to you. Ang pangarap nyo ay pangarap ko. Everyone across the aisle. And then he would infuriate you by saying that my father was the best. Short of saying my father was the best president ever, diba? Ganon. And so that would infuriate again critics, but delights all the loyalists, and then gives an ode to Duterte, which would delight the Duterte base, and then would say that there were mistakes in the COVID response and now we're gonna be transparent and no more secrets. So yung emosyon ng speech na yon, grabe. And so maybe to his credit, it's the first positive thing of his administration that was a well-written speech.
I have a different sense of speech. For me, it seems like it's two or maybe three speeches in one. There is some myth making involved, subtle and not so subtle. So that's one kind of speech. And then there's some policy making portion of the speech. And that would be a second speech. I want to stress that he made two outright lies. No, in the myth-making part, when he talks about him enjoying the biggest electoral mandate in Philippine history, that's just wrong. No, the usual way of comparing election mandates is the percentage of the vote. No, it's not the actual number of votes because that's a function of population. So obviously, the bigger your population is, the higher the number of votes the president would usually get. But in fact, even his father's second term got a bigger mandate than his 58.77%. So panglima lang siya, no? Yung 58.77% is just fifth, no? He's below Marcos's second term, 1969, 62.24%. Below Quezon's first term, 67.98%. Below Magsaysay's only term, 68.90%. And below Quezon's second term in 1941, 81.78%. So it's not true that he had the largest mandate. But I can imagine that this is now part of the talking points. No, it gives him room to maneuver because he has the biggest election mandate. The other outright lie that he said was when he talked about the windmills in Ilocos Norte, where he says, blades have been turning. Very, very picturesque language. No? Blades have been turning in the sand, over the sand dunes in Ilocos Norte. I built them. Of course he didn't. No? And in fact, in 2010, he admitted that it was a private commercial enterprise. But now it's so integrated into his own personal myth that he just says outright that he built them. So that would be it. Now, part of the myth-making speech also would be all his references to his father. No, I think it was a low-key way of reintroducing his father into the public discourse. He talks about father creating more public works than all his predecessors combined. A safe enough statistic, and then immediately talks about Duterte's own achievements. So I thought it was very interesting that what he was doing in reintroducing his father to the public was kind of low-key, no? Referring to himself as I'm the son of that father, etc. So yeah, very very interesting. Maybe one last point. What I found really striking was his own positioning as listener in chief. We've never had a president position himself or herself that way. If you look at the inaugural addresses of his own father, 1965, 1969, 1981, they're actually very grand. No? So President Marcos in 1965 says, "This is not a mandate for change alone, it's a mandate for greatness." Walang ganong klaseng sinabi si Bongbong Marcos. Ano? It is more like government is like your kuya. No? When you fall, we'll be there to help you. Parang ganon.
The branding of Marcos reminds me of the branding of his predecessors because Pinoy kept saying, diba, kayo ang boss ko. Duterte was like, I'm the number one, I'm just a public servant, I'm the number one government worker. So parang it's in line with these attempts to parang kind of, from the grandeur of the presidency, to make it down to the people. And I think that Marcos was taking a book from that kind of line, that messaging. And here I also want to point out, I kind of chuckled a bit when he was speaking about education and how we have to revisit it. But then he quickly corrected and said, we're not talking about history, we're talking about science and vocational skills. So parang, was that parang clarification in the speech, or was that something he made like, oh, we're not talking about history here, like on the fly lang?
Yeah, very interesting how he navigated the different interests. No? For instance, he talks about the current shambles. That's an actual quote. Current shambles that the public health sector is in. That's an insult to the outgoing administration, and yet he's able to weave in praise for both President Duterte and Vice President Sara Duterte. He was navigating all these things. Anyway, maybe we can start wrapping up. Maybe just can I just ask Lian and Pia your final thoughts on the inauguration of the 70th president?
We are also speaking with Ivy, I think.
I think we're gonna have Ivy of our Digicoms. But yeah, I just wanted to add kanina na when you said, John, that low-key yung pag-weave ng narrative ng kanyang kota. I wouldn't say low-key. I think it was perfectly woven. Parang low-key pero medyo in your face, parang ganon. And I think that's really how they do things. It's very cunning, parang very strategic yung messaging nila, makes you feel something else, but really they're doing something else. And just to echo your point, Pia, na let's revisit education, but not history and all this myth making na you said, John. So I think what the civil society sector should take away from this, especially yung mga opposition and all those who have survived martial law, is that this is really the narrative of the Marcos government, yung positive, feel good, golden era, greatest president ever era. And if we don't be vigilant and watchful about it, then they're gonna slowly and successfully take over all the history books with their version of what happened in the past. And their approach is not, hindi sila yung aggressive about it. Their approach is this, what we just saw. It's a feel good, takes you in, almost makes you forget about the things that happened during that bloody era of our country. So yun, having gone through the campaign, I am guarded about what I feel every time I listen to Marcos, because they have a tendency to make you feel good when you're listening to them.
Thank you. We're joined by Ivy Pedida, Digital Communications Specialist. Ivy, what's the buzz online as far as the inauguration is concerned?
As early as 8 a.m., we have been seeing trending hashtags and topics related to President Marcos' inauguration, like hashtag PBBM, our President Marcos Jr., and welcome PBBM, trending alongside Salamat PRDD. This is very much like what happened when VP Sara Duterte took oath. People are saying goodbye to the 6 years of Duterte regime, and also welcoming another president who promised to continue his plans and projects. Netizens are also saying that Duterte will finally be coming home to Davao, and that he might not be the best president, but he still did try his best. Supporters then have also posted and tweeted photos of the ceremony. I saw photos pa nga likening the setup sa National Museum, sa setup naman ng US Capitol where Joe Biden took his oath. Supporters are very, very happy. They say this is a dream come true to aid the return of the Marcoses in Malacanang, and that they have very high hopes for the new government. Interestingly, VP Sara's inauguration, where most of the posts and tweets are congratulatory, people also discussed martial law. Twitter users are apologizing to martial law survivors because seeing another Marcos in Malacanang must be triggering, relieving trauma. Other trending topics and hashtags, si Tony Gonzaga also trended because she sang the national anthem. Some supporters praised the singer. Some naman, I saw a tweet nga that very authoritarian daw yung version ni Tony ng Lupang Hinira. VP Lenny surprisingly also trended today sa Twitter. People thank Robredo for her service. Some are very emotional that she left. People then that reminisce na this could have been a celebratory day. This could have been a very happy day, but since their manok nga did not win the elections, people are very sad, lamenting. Yon.
Ivy, initial online reactions to the inaugural address?
I have not seen much buzz about the address, but most of the tweets are very, very congratulatory of Marcos. Looking forward talaga sa kung ano yung magiging type ng gobyerno na ibibigay niya sa mga Pilipino. Not much na walang masyadong narrowed subjects about what he said. Ayun.
Lian?
Yeah, habang nagsasalita si Ivy, I was just reminded because I was really trying my best to find the right words to describe that speech. Now I know. You know when you watch Marcos videos on TikTok and the music is good, it's a fan cam. Sandro is cute, and Amy and Irene when they were children are cute. They're very cute. Makes you forget about the repressive Marcos. Ganon. That's what the speech was like. It was TikTok it was the effect of a TikTok fan cam in a 25-minute well-written speech. And I guess they have mastered that art. And I guess that's also a signal to all of us to be careful and to be guarded and to be vigilant about the next 6 years.
Hi, Sir John, you're on mute.
Ivy, any buzz about any of the guests, whether the foreign dignitaries or the politicians that you were able to monitor?
As far as boss, si Tony Gonzaga talaga yung very Twitter because understandably she's celebrity. Siya yung maraming nakikita kong posts, especially when she sang yung Lupang Hinirang. Other than that, no other individuals during the inauguration stood out. Probably maya-maya pa yung the lodge ng memes since we saw Amy Marcos with her very, very vibrant blue gown. So I'm expecting memes, probably posts. Also, posts about the Marcos's sons na present then and his wife, Liza Araneta Marcos.
Yeah, there's probably gonna be a TikTok meme about Lisa sticking out her tongue.
Yeah.
And it will be a very cute TikTok for sure. I mean, have you gone down a TikTok rabbit hole? Alam ko na yung mangyayari sa TikTok universe. By the way, did you guys see Ramon Ang kanina?
Yes.
Excellent.
Ivy, what about in terms of time? I mean, was there a surge in interest when Ferdinand Marcos Jr. was in Malacanang with President Duterte? And then another spike with the oath-taking?
Yes, we saw a surge in tweets, particularly mga bandang 10 or 11-ish when the Marcos and Duterte met. Lalong dumami yung hashtags for our President Marcos Jr. Seen nga kasi nung early in the morning, medyo konti pa lang yung tweets, probably around 3,000 or 4,000. Pero nung mismong inauguration na ceremony, it jumped up to 25,000. So ayun, nag-surge talaga. There was a big public opinion then online about the ceremony.
I'm wondering, Ivy, if there anyone online comparing inauguration of Duterte in 2016 with the Marcos inauguration. Kasi yung pomp ng this year's inauguration, it's very, very different. Like, we even had that whole parade of military vehicles. I mean, if you want grandeur and pomp, this is it. But if you compare it to this, very, in comparison, like low-key talaga siya. Kasi walang ganung parade. It's just in Malacanang. The guests were much smaller.
I didn't see any posts na comparing Duterte's and Marcos's inauguration. We saw that noong oath-taking ni Sarah, yung just juxtaposition between her and his father. Pero what I've seen yun nga, the Joe Biden US Capitol set up and what they did sa National Museum, nagpatong sila ng photos and they said, this is very much like how US did it with Joe Biden. Ayun.
While we wait for Jairo, who covered the protests, I don't know if you saw, I think there was an arrest made kanina sa mga counter-protest. One of them being RJ Nagit of Akbayan Youth. So we have yet to get full details of that from Jairo, who covered the protests.
Yeah, well, that's really very concerning. There was an ongoing series of negotiations, right, about where they can protest and so on in the freedom parks and so on. So I don't know what happened, why they're arresting. The problem with some law enforcement authorities is that in a time of transition, I think there's an attempt to impress the incoming administration. So maybe this might be their way of signaling that they are on the same side as the Marcoses.
Yeah, which makes me very very cynic about when he says I will listen to all of you and I will parang di ako makikipagbicker. It sort of signals that they will be tolerant of dissent, but they were really not tolerant of dissent at all, especially the critical press during the campaign. And so I think the main difference of Duterte and Marcos is that Duterte was in your face about how he hates dissent. Marcos would not be so in your face about it. So he will make it seem like he is tolerant of dissent, gives speeches like this that is hopeful and makes you feel things, but on the contrary, does another. So, yun.
Yeah, I was also struck by that, no, when he described himself as not giving any offense to any of his political rivals, to his campaign rivals. That's really that was really their strategic positioning, right? No talk, no mistake, in the words of politicians from the 1960s. Less talk, less mistake. No talk, no mistake. And I think that's what he did. But we also know that even though he does not, in fact, do these things, there's an entire apparatus that's ready to beat people online and perhaps even offline with actual violence.
Actually, I'm wondering, I want to ask this to Ivy, if any of the Marcos vloggers have shown any change in messaging, in tone, dun sa mga videos nila. Are they still super vitriolic to critics, or have they kind of embraced this unity messaging that, let's, now that presidente na siya, maybe we should, put up a olive branch?
As I've seen sa Twitter, very for unity yung messaging, lalo na yung mga nagvo-vlog ngayon sa Facebook. Same with Sara Duterte's oath, very unity theme, magkaisa tayo, this is a new governance, a new generation, a new era. So nakakabit din siya sa pag-alis ni former President Duterte na this new president will continue the legacy of Duterte. So we must support him. Ayun yung mga main narratives na nakikita natin online.
But are they still targeting critics or journalists? I mean, si Lian ba, binubuli pa? Things like that. Like, how are they living up to their unity slogan?
I saw several tweets na parang Destiny nagla-line up daw like the ABS-CBN shutdown or order sa Rappler, ganyan yung the SEC.
No, yeah, I got a deluge of tweets.
Parang Destiny daw na na halal si Marcos. Parang the stars are aligned for him. Yun yung nakikita kong mga tweets palagi.
Yeah, and I got a deluge of tweets from yesterday to hanggang this morning saying, ayan na, magsasara na kayo. Parang, ganon. I mean, we're not gonna shut down. It's business as usual in Rappler.
Yeah, I think people need to come to terms with the fact that the unity message is a communications message. It's not a policy for conduct. They will say we're all together, but below that, I mean, they're open to harassing others, critics who have a different point of view. Which is why I find the inaugural address itself to be problematic. No? So you have this myth making. I'm the listener in chief. I haven't given offense to any of my political rivals. And yet we know he can afford to do that because there's this disinformation infrastructure below him that does the dirty work for him.
Yeah, and if there's anyone who represents the politics of divisiveness, which Marcos rejects, it's his predecessor, Duterte. I mean, siya yung embodiment of the politics of divisiveness kasi he really used the presidential podium to target critics, diba, to insult whoever is a perceived threat to his presidency. So, in a way, is it also an admission that, parang people are tired of that politics, and that's why yung packaging niya ni Marcos Jr. is, I'm not gonna be Duterte-like without saying that, but parang not talking much to media, being very controlled in his messaging, unlike Duterte na parang medyo word vomit and kung ano-ano sinasabi. So that's another way he departs from Duterte. But of course, in the public face, he is a continuity candidate.
Ivy, can you say something about the reasoning that maybe non-Marcos supporters gave when they said ayaw nilang panoorin yung inauguration, or they want to shut off? I'll do something else today. What have you seen there?
Yun nga, I think it's very connected din sa tweets na nakikita ko that they're saying goodbye din kasi with VP Lenny. Very emotional yung supporters kasi they've imagined this day differently with a different candidate na mananalo sana. Nakikita ko nga yung tweets, ang hirap mo mahalin Pilipinas, goodbye Philippines. Philippines is actually trending today sa Twitter. Kasi nga yun yung major na comment all throughout online. Konti lang din yung views actually ng inauguration dahil most of the people they're not really accepting of the new governance of the new president, so that really affected then yung views na nangyaring ceremony ngayon.
I can share some of the sentiments coming on my channel. This is from NUPL President Attorney Edre Olalia. He said, "The mantra of unity is but a tired cliche and cosmetization for continuing impunity for past, present, and even the future wrongs." We have martial law survivor Bonnie Ilagan. I'm getting this from the feed of Krisha Subing of Inquirer. Sabi niya, hindi ako makapaniwala. This is a nightmare, but it's a reality na kailangang tanggapin. Can you imagine, bata pa kami noong nakipaglaban kami kay Marcos Sr. Ngayon, 70 years old na ako, Marcos Jr. naman. Napakahirap tanggapin.
I just realized something looking at the inaugural addresses, no? That actually today, June 30, was the last time that Marcos took his oath of office as president. No? This was June 13, 1981, when he inaugurated the Fourth Republic. He actually took his oath again on February 25, 1986, just before they left Malacanang, because it was very important to him as a lawyer that he would go out as the quote-unquote duly elected president. But the last time he was inaugurated was actually also on June 30, no? So 41 years to the day his son assumes the presidency. I cannot imagine what people like the martial law victims must be thinking right now, no? Looking at this. Some of them have no choice but to actually watch this. They cannot avoid it. Yes.
I think we're waiting for Jairo, no, to join us.
Speaking of the time in history, no, I saw Senator Bongo in the audience of the inauguration, and one of the first kwentuhan niya before 2016, when Duterte, after the elections, was one of his earliest, most favorite memories of his childhood was being in EDSA, in the EDSA revolution. Si Bongo was in the crowd. He was so enamored at the energy of the crowd, and caught up in the whole fever of the EDSA revolution. And then now, of course, not surprising, even if Duterte, wasn't present at the inauguration ceremony, Bongo was. And I can imagine like how, because Bongo is a history buff, he likes history, he likes political history. So I'm sure being in that inauguration ceremony, decades after being in EDSA revolution, it's an interesting thing to look back on.
Tinitignan ko nga kanina kung paano mag-handshake si President Marcos and si outgoing Finance Secretary Sonny Dominguez, who's, out of all of them in the Duterte cabinet, he may be if he hasn't declared that he's anti-martial law or anti-Marcos, he may be the closest to being one, diba? Being a minister of Cory Aquino before. Pero I think this day was reserved talaga for all of them to get along. Even I think PGMA, diba, joined the EDSA People Power protests in her younger years.
Yeah, she did. And of course, she was also the beneficiary of a second EDSA People Power uprising. The MC noted, I'm sorry, the the new president acknowledged President Ramos and President Arroyo. I did not, in fact, see them. Were they? Did you
I
see
did
them?
not see Ramos.
I,
Yeah.
I I did not see FVR, but I believe yung the woman in red terno beside Erap is President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, but I did not see FVR.
I see. Interesting.
I also did not see the incoming Chief Presidential Legal Counsel, Juan Ponce Enrile. I don't know if you spotted him somewhere
He might
there.
still be recovering. I mean, he's no longer has COVID. He said, but he might still be recovering from the complications. He is, after all, 98 years old.
Yeah.
Lian, like you, I was also watching out. Finance Secretary Dominguez was first in line among the
Correct.
cabinet secretaries. I was also watching. It was just a very perfunctory handshake, I think. Wala namang suntukan or anything. But I do know that the Dominguez brothers, Carlos and his brother Paul, were personalities in the anti-Marcos struggle. So
Yeah.
yeah, so this again, this is one of those things that I don't know how they're gonna come to terms with the role that their own administration played in paving the way back for Ferdinand Marcos Jr.
Speaking of the cabinet, may nag-point out wala si Foreign Affairs Secretary Teddy Boy Locsin kanina sa line of cabinet. Did you see Health Secretary Duque
I did.
kanina? Ah, you did. Kasi someone was asking me bakit wala daw si Locsin sa line kanina. And I said wala rin si Secretary Maynard Guevara. So maybe the incoming Marcos cabinet were not there. So maybe magkakaroon ng holdover position nga kay Secretary Locsin. I mean, this is all speculation as of now. So actually, we're also looking forward to the oath taking of cabinet secretaries at 2 expectedly happening at 2:40 p.m. So maybe some of our questions will be answered pag nag-oath taking sila kanina. Maybe meron na tayong Foreign Affairs or Health Secretary by this afternoon. Fingers crossed.
I did see Secretary Locsin in the audience at the inauguration. Speaking of cabinet members, it was just Vice President Duterte and Secretary Toots Ople, if I'm not mistaken, who were mentioned by name, no, in the inaugural address. Did I miss out any other cabinet secretary's name?
Maybe he was just I mean I could be wrong, pero parang it's still a throwback to his father, di ba? Parang sabi niya, I have an Ople in my cabinet.
Exactly, yeah. Blas Ople is one of those rare politicians who were crucial players in the time of Marcos and then after the time of Marcos. Enjoys a terrific reputation among many political operatives. So I think that particular shout out resonated with not just the Marcos supporters, but with other supporters as well. No, Toots Ople has worked in civil society for the longest time. She has her own network. So I thought it was really remarkable that it was a shout out to his own father's brilliant labor secretary, Toots Blas Ople, pointing that out. And then, of course, Vice President Sara Duterte as Education Secretary. Speaking of Teddy Boy Locsin, how will he interact with the new president? You know, that is that's a great question. Teddy Boy Locsin, of course, was the son of the editor-in-chief of the Free Press, one of the first publications that was shut down, a declaration of martial rule. He also became prominent in political life when he joined Cory Aquino's campaign. He was famously Cory Aquino's main speechwriter. Got into trouble for his antics. He's very independent, but at the same time, he's very close to Duterte, right, Pia? I mean, he goes out of his way to praise Duterte, even though sometimes his own foreign policy differs from Duterte's. So
I wouldn't call him close, like inner circle, but I would say that they have the same style And Duterte likes the style of Locsin. On Twitter, very coarse, very frank. That's I think the affinity between them. It's a similarity in style.
Well, yeah, they're both very abrasive personalities. Okay, we have reporter Jairo Boledo who covered protesters at the Bantayog ng mga Bayani and Plaza Miranda. Hi, Jairo.
Hi everyone, hi John. So kanina I covered the oath-taking of martial law victims and survivors at the Bantayog ng mga Bayani. The program started at around 9 a.m. and it was announced days before the inauguration of President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. So it was led and organized by the victims of martial law, particularly playwright Bonnie Ilagan and of course former Commission on Human Rights Chairperson Eta Rosales. Yung program, maikli lang siya, mabilis lang siya, hindi rin ganun karami yung dumating. I don't think nag-expect sila ng ganung karaming attendees, but the program I could say is very intimate, as in talagang lahat ng nung doon na mga sectors na umattend, pinakamarami ay yung mga victims ng martial law and their families. At nandun din, of course, yung representation ng youth sector. Kanina, pinag-usapan nila ang nag-open ng event or nag-open ng program ay ang actor na si John Saracha at sinabi niya doon, binanggit niya doon na dapat ay pinaalala niya doon sa mga umattend ng commemoration na yun at ng program na yun na dapat hindi tawagin na BBM si President Ferdinand Marcos. Nireiterate niya na dapat lang natawagin siya bilang Marcos Jr. to remind everyone that he is indeed the son of the late dictator and the late tyrant. Aside from that, nagsalita rin of course si Bonnie Ilagan at si Eta Rosales. Sila ang nag-lead no actual na oath-taking. The oath-taking took around 6 minutes and kung isa-summarize natin yung content nung kanilang panunumpa ay sinasabi nila dito na pinapasa nila yung torch to the younger generation. But then again, as people, as older generation who experienced the atrocities of the Marcoses, sinasabi nila na babantayan nila yung mga kabataan, gagabayan nila yung mga kabataan. At the same time, tutuparin nila yung pangako pa rin nila na paglaban at pagbabantay laban dito sa diktatorya ng mga Marcos at itong pagbabalik ng mga Marcos dito sa Malacanang. Nagtapos ng event dito sa Bantayog ng mga Bayani sa pagtutulos ng mga torch or ng mga sulo doon sa Inang Bayan Monument. Very symbolic yon dahil ito yung literal na passing of the torch from the older generations of martial law victims to the younger generation, the youth of today. Nandun iba't ibang mga sector, akbayan youth at iba't iba pang mga grupo. After that, we moved to Plaza Miranda kung saan nagkaroon din ng medyo mas mahabang konting programa naman yung mga progressive groups sa pangunguna ng Bayan at ng Makabayan Bloc. Nandun din ang ilang mga rights group katulad ng Karapatan. Nandun din ang Kabataan Party List. At in the duration of their program, nag-start yung program nila around 10 a.m. at officially natapos ito around 12 noon. Isa sa mga nakausap natin doon, si Casa Ocampo, isa sa mga key leaders ng opposition at ng Makabayan Bloc, of course. At sinabi niya na isa lang yung common na sinasabi at messaging ng opposition, particularly ng Progressive Bloc. At ito, yung nire-reject nila, si Marcos bilang kanilang presidente. Hindi na in-honor si Marcos Jr. Bilang presidente at naniniwala sila na despite of Marcos' influence in the Senate, kahit hindi pa officially nagsa-start yung ating 19th Congress, and in the Congress, of course, ay naniniwala sila na magiging malakas pa rin yung hukbo o yung linya ng opposition sa pangunguna siyempre ng Akbayan, ng Makabayan Bloc, at ng iba't iba pang mga key opposition leaders na meron tayo ngayon.
Jairo, thank you. Before we ask you follow-up questions, let me just say thank you to Ivy Pedida, our digital communication specialist, for giving us a picture of the online conversation and trends at the time of the inauguration. Jairo, how was the mood in Bantayog and then in Plaza Miranda? Was there a difference to speak of, or it was similar?
Yeah, actually may parang juxtapose sila in terms of mood and yung parang nararamdaman ng mga tao sa area na yon. Sa Bantayog, very intimate, very parang peaceful yung kanilang aura, pero nararamdaman mo na kahit papayapa or kahit tahimik yung kanilang programa, not peaceful, but tahimik yung kanilang programa, ay nandun yung kanilang conviction na hindi nila tinatanggap si Marcos. And for them, the fight is not yet over. So yun yung general mood ng bantayog ng mga attendees sa bantayog ng mga bayani. Aside from that, yung mga attendees dito sa marker natin ng martial law ay basically sila ay parang hopeful, naniniwala sila na mapapasa pa rin nila at makakatulong pa rin sila, mag-guide pa rin nila yung younger generation sa paglaban dito sa Marcos. So very hopeful sila, pero at the same time, very critical pa rin sila. Doon naman sa Plaza Miranda, ito yung progressive blocks. Usually, ito yung mga progressive groups natin. Mas galit, mas matapang, at mas parang marubdob ang kanilang pagpapahayag ng mga saloobin sa ngayong inauguration ni Ferdinand Marcos bilang 17th President ng ating Republika. Interesting yung sinabi ni Kabataan Representative Raul Manuel na kailanman hindi tatanggapin ng kabataan itong election ni Ferdinand Marcos. Generally, pareho lang naman yung messaging na sinasabi ng dalawa at yun yung rejection ng election nitong Ferdinand Marcos Jr.
Thank you, Jairo. During both protest actions, nobody was watching the inaugural or the visit to the palace. I mean, nobody was watching on the side. Nobody was monitoring. Wala namang ganon.
That's the interesting part, John, and thank you for asking that. Kasi parang yung mga tao, especially the attendees, parang wala silang pakialam on the inauguration. As in, no one bothered to open their phones to check on the live stream of any news site or live stream of the palace to check on the developments of the inauguration. No one's mentioning it actually, that, parang at the 12 noon mark kasi nandun ako sa Plaza Miranda. And no one even mentioned na parang, nag-sworn in na si Marcos. No one even mentioned na officially bumaba na sa pwesto si Duterte, and then nag-take over na si Marcos bilang ating bagong Pangulo. Nagkagulatan na nga lang yung mga tao na parang, 12-10 na pala. So, presidente na si Marcos. As in, even among media people, interesting din yun. Parang na-lost in time kami, if I got that phrase correct. Na-lost in time kami, as in parang, 12 na pala, so ano na bang tatawag natin kay Marcos? Because if you were there, the atmosphere is really, may sarili silang mundo, not really echo chamber, but the collective emotions kasi of the people, you can feel it. And mararamdaman mo yung, as in literal, dumadagundong yung kalsada ng Recto habang nagmarcha kasi yung mga rallies, yung mga progressive groups from Plaza Miranda toward Recto Avenue dun sa crossing sa may tapat ng FEU. At sa paglalakad nila dun sa kahabaan ng kalsada ay dumadagundong yung paligid. So talagang parang nadala ka sa ibang mundo. The last time I saw this demonstration, of course, during pre-pandemic, during Duterte administration. And naramdaman ulit natin yon dito sa inauguration. So yun yung kanilang as in, even at the last moment, wala silang pakialam na nag-sworn in na si Marcos Jr. bilang presidente.
So after Plaza Miranda, they marched to Recto?
Yeah, they marched to...
Is that where they are now?
Yeah, bali they marched to Recto to disperse na kasi napagkasunduan nila na doon na matatapos yung kanilang programa. But then again, wala pa silang prior announcement kung ano na yung mga activities nila in the coming days. But definitely kasi, yun yung napagkasunduan with the PNP because earlier, originally kasi the progressive groups will hold their demonstration sa Liwasang Bonifacio near National Museum where the oath taking happened. Pero of course, nandun yung mga supporters din ni Ferdinand Marcos Jr. So nagkaroon ng dialogue, actually surprise dialogue pa, even for reporters who cover the Manila Police District, dito na-announce sa amin agad. So nagulat na kami, meron palang dialogue, in-announce naman hours before. Pero yun, napag-usapan doon na baka pwede ibang venue na lang yung puntahan nitong mga reliyista kasi nga baka magkagulo at ayaw nila ng sakitan, kumbaga. So napagkasundoan na sa Plaza Miranda na lang sila. So parang in the streets of Manila, may juxtaposition din near Liwasang Bonifacio, who historically the place for progressive groups na nagdadaysent sa gobyerno ay parang mayroong narrative na tinake over siya itong mga supporters ni Ferdinand Marcos Jr.
Siguro if the protest was in Liwasang Bonifacio, they would have been heard at the National Museum. No, I mean, the sound would have carried over to the National Museum. How interesting that throwback si Marcos sa National Museum, the old legislative building. Throwback din ng progressive groups sa Plaza Miranda, which was also the protest site in those days. Pia, Liam, did you have a question?
During the protest, Jairo, did you notice any tension between, like any escalation of tension between the enforcers, the law enforcers, and the protesters, or generally peaceful naman?
Generally peaceful naman siya. I think it's kind of surprising kasi parang kahapon and in the day before, parang nag-uusap kami mga reporters ng MPD, parang okay, ito yung tip sa atin, baka na magkasakitan kasi nga Liwasang Bonifacio, malapit doon sa National Museum, so ayaw nila ma-interrupt yung program. So, in-expect talaga namin medyo may konting violence kasi yun naman yung usual, especially if triggered ng either of the party. But then again, may history din kasi inaabangan pa rin natin at pinantayan din natin kung magkakaroon ba ng arrest. Kasi talagang itong Manila Police District notorious ito, hindi ko masabi notoriety. Notorious ito sa pag-arrest without warrant, di ba? Parang just a month ago, may in-arrest sila ng mga nag-demonstration din. So binantayan din natin yan. And even other rights group like Karapatan were there, their paralegal teams and other teams are there to check if magkakaroon man ng ganong klase ng pag-aresto or violent dispersal, pero fortunately wala naman. Actually very organized nga, even the parang pagkumpas kung saan liliko or saan dadaan yung mga rallyista from Plaza Miranda marching toward Recto, organized, as in maayos naman. Saka sumunod sa oras, nagkaroon kasi sila ng kasunduan na at 12 noon kailangan umalis na sila sa area para magbigay daan naman doon sa inauguration proper. So yun, kaya sumunod naman, sakto alas 12 in punto or before 12 pa nga ay nagmarcha na sila palabas sa Plaza Miranda. So wala namang naitalang kahit anong violent dispersal except for the instance kung saan si RJ Nugget, second nominee or one of the nominees of Akbayan, was arrested in Commonwealth. So I think that's our recorded arrest so far, may inauguration. But for the part of other rallyists in Manila, wala naman.
Jairo, I have a question and maybe also a question for John and Pia. For the inauguration of the son of dictator that we ousted 36 years ago, para ang muted ng protest. I mean, it's a very muted protest. Sabi mo nga, very intimate din yun sa Bantayog. Is this an effect? Is this a chilling effect? Konti ba? Kumonte? Out of all the other protests you've covered before?
I think malinaw kasi doon sa Bantayog ng mga bayani coverage, protest or demonstration na ito usually mga akbayan youth, yung mga usual sectors lang din na nagpa-participate on a regular basis. I think yung magnitude na nakita natin nung campaign supporting other candidates, let's just say former Vice President Leni Robredo's tawag dito supporters, hundreds of thousands of supporters flocking to a certain area to show support, hindi natin siya nakita. So parang ang nakita natin ngayon, I'll be honest about it and be factual about it. Yung mga usual din ng mga progressive groups lang and then other active groups ang nandoon, but the representation of the normal people who don't have political affiliations, hindi natin siya nakita. So I think hindi naman sa tinatanggap nila, but it's more of statement na parang andyan na yan eh. So alam mo yun, parang natira na lang din for just for today. We don't know what for the coming days, but just for today, sila lang din. In Filipino, sila lang din yung nakita natin.
What about in Plaza Miranda?
Same in Plaza Miranda, but the interesting part is in Plaza Miranda, aside from the usual progressive groups, the familiar faces that we see every protest ay yung youth representation. In fairness, marami, nakita ko doon yung ilang mga estudyante from various universities na active sila sa pagpunta doon at talaga nakiki-chance sila doon. Mas marami yung pumunta actually sa Plaza Miranda as compared to the Bantayog ng mga bayani. But then again, significant naman yung numbers if we're gonna compare it to pre-pandemic rallies. But if we're gonna compare that to election rallies, medyo malayo talaga.
More questions for Jairo?
I'm good.
Yeah, Jairo, thank you very much. We have Bea Kupin on the line. She's live from the National Museum. with their own
Hi, John.
background
Hi.
music.
Hi, Lian. Ferdinand. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, medyo malakas pa yung background music. Wala na yung mga most guest supporter have already left actually. Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., the second Marcos to be elected president, has officially been sworn in as the 17th president of the Republic of the Philippines. The program ran a little late, pero it went through as planned pa rin. Civic and military parade opened the program after the singing of the national anthem by YouTuber and TV personality Tony Gonzaga. Again, of course, she was one of Marcos' strongest supporters in the 2022 campaign. He was sworn in saktong-sakto noon. Nagbibilangan nga kami dito na parang medyo late na. Pero umabot naman. He was flanked by his family, of course, his wife Liza and his 3 sons. The newly elected representative of Ilocos Norte, Sandro Marcos, and his 2 other sons, Simon and Vinny. I'm pretty sure that you already discussed the inaugural speech earlier, no? Pero of course, he went back straight to the rhetorics of unity, rejecting the politics of division. That's what he said, referring to the 2022 campaign. He offended none of his rivals, and instead he listened. And I think more importantly, and it sets the tone siguro of this inauguration, despite the rich history behind the building, that's right behind the year, no? He said he's not here to talk about the past, but to talk about the future. And of course, another call to unity, hindi ko lang alam kung people will see this as kumbaga his catchphrase for the incoming administration, yung ang pangarap nyo ay pangarap ko. Kung sa English, your dreams are my dreams too. Parang when I talked to historians earlier, they told me na the inaugural speech is meant to set for the president to express his dream for the country, and the marching orders come during the State of the Nation address. And I guess in a way, Marcos Jr. did accomplish just that by setting out his dream for the country in the coming 6 years. Konting trivia lang, yung National Museum of Fine Arts, hindi ito usual inaugural venue, although several presidents have been inaugurated here. Siyempre, traditionally, sa Quirino Grandstand yung inauguration, but hindi pwede yun dahil may malakas na hangin ngayon. Dahil may vaccine efforts pa hanggang ngayon sa Quirino Grandstand. But the building itself does hold personal significance for the newly sworn-in president. At alam natin to dahil paulit-ulit na loop kanina yung vlog ni President Marcos Jr. dito na kinukwento nga niya na meron daw siyang memories dito sa what is now called the National Museum of Fine Arts, kasi dito nga dati, di ba, yung legislative branches of government, iniintay daw niya dito yung father niya. He was then a legislator, he later became president, the first President Marcos. Bukod din doon, nakaloop din dito kanina yung vlog nila about the transition of power from former President Duterte now to the newly sworn-in President Marcos. So, Marcos Jr. was a young boy when his father was first won the presidency. Of course, his father would stay on as president and later was a dictator for over 2 decades. By the time they were ousted from Malacanang, Marcos was a grown young man. Decades later, he returns to Malacanang as the 17th president of the Philippines. Currently, some of the guests are there, although hindi kasi namin monitor dito, no? Kung nakaalis na ba siya, but several of his guests are starting to leave via buses na dito. I said this morning that inaugurations are meant to be celebrations of the peaceful transfer of power, and that it is for the electorate and not the elected. Even though nakapaskin yung mukha ni President Marcos dito, the spirit of the inauguration is supposed to be for the Filipino people, di ba? But it's been a very intense and very divisive 2022 elections, even for a majority elected president. The scars of martial law have yet to be healed. Of course, the perennial problem of misinformation that's worsened under the term of now former President Duterte. So unity is supposed to be the theme of any inauguration. The rhetorics are definitely there, but I am personally interested to see how unity will actually fold out or transpire in real life and in Philippine politics, especially in the context of Philippine politics. John, Pia, and Dian?
Thank you, Bea. Bea, we've been meaning to ask this from the start. So, is that where the media covered inauguration, where you are right now, across the street from the National Museum?
Yeah, yung kalagayan ng media dito, parang we're right between the steps of the National Museum of Fine Arts, tas parang we're, the other side is the Intramuros Golf Course. Doon actually yung mga supporters niya kanina. Initially, parang doon lang sila allowed sa mismong golf course. Pero later on, nung palapit na yung program, a little before President Marcos arrived in Malacanang, pinalapit na yung mga supporters. You tweeted videos of that earlier. So, nakalapit naman sila. They're gone now. Nagsiuwian na lahat. Yung general audience, general public, pati yung mga VIPs kumbaga sa program. But earlier, we're gonna try to pan so you see what I'm talking about. Yung space na yan that we're showing now, kanina puno yan ng mga naka-red t-shirt. May iba pang bitbit na mga campaign, paraphernalia. Meron pa nga ako nakitang fan na iboto si Bongbong Marcos 2022. So, yeah, this is what, actually kami na lang halos sila ng media dito. Nagsiuwian na rin lahat. And, well, I guess because the action will soon move to Malacanang, right? And we do expect a people's concert, quote-unquote, later at Mendiola.
In fact, we have live footage of the new President Marcos in Malacanang Palace. Let's find that. Yeah. So there it is.
I guess those are diplomats you're speaking with?
It looks like it, yes. Rhea, one more question about media coverage. Were vloggers and influencers also in the same area as you?
We saw a handful of them in the same area, pero yung iba parang andun sila kumbaga sa VIP guest area. Hindi siya, anyone who's covered the campaign will know what I'm saying. Hindi siya yung usual setup na nakita natin, di ba, natin 4, 5 cellphone, 3, sabay. Parang I think most of them were invited here as guests. Although we did see a handful nga, there were people going around. And I think also we saw vloggers in the general public audience, kumbaga umiikot-ikot kanina sa Intramuros Park. While nung bago pa mag-start yung program, may mga nakalapit din naman kanina. So yun yung mga, so medyo halo, although like I would have to say medyo dominant pa rin yung quote-unquote mainstream media dito kanina.
Thank you, Bea. We're looking at live footage of the new president and the new first lady receiving is that RC Balisacan, receiving guests, diplomats and politicians.
I think it's the diplomatic corps.
This is the diplomatic corps, yeah. And you also have the vice president, but interestingly, the vice president's husband is not there, Attorney Carpio.
Yeah, and he's been really absent from the campaign. The only time we saw him with the vice president is during the inauguration. And we note his presence was noticeable in as much as the use of Zimmerman Duterte instead of Duterte Carpio was also noticeable during that inauguration on June 19.
We can really see here, no, how there really is a first family with Marcos because under Duterte, medyo low-key yung involvement ng kanyang partner, si Honeylet Avancenia, and even his first wife, Elizabeth Zimmerman. It was really mostly just him. Like, he didn't really bring his family to take on any symbolic or ceremonial role in his presidency. But as you can see now, di ba, parang he's flanked by his 3 sons. Liza Araneta Marcos promises to be a very active first lady, and we know that first ladies typically carry their own advocacy, di ba? Honeylet Avancenia did not really do so. She helped out during calamity. She would donate. She even had inputs in cabinet meetings, but very, very low-key, hardly any press about her. This will all change with Marcos Jr.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, I think very different from Honeylet Avancenia, Attorney Liza Araneta Marcos, known as LAM or LAM, in the circle would be a force to be reckoned with in the Marcos administration.
She has famously said that she will not join government, not
because
that she can,
they cannot afford, because they cannot afford her.
but also because they cannot afford her, she said. Very interesting, no? The 3 sons are in the second row, right behind. I'm not sure if this is the usual protocol that you follow for first families?
Duterte time, the children of Duterte were also present on stage while he took his oath. In fact, his youngest daughter is the one holding the Bible, and then
That's
the
right.
three older children were in the back. But I don't recall, parang wala sila dun sa welcoming committee for this bond dinner.
Vice President.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that's British Ambassador Lord Bofils with Mrs. Marcos. And we know that the UK is where Marcos studied and where he sent all his three sons to study. So the UK is very close to the Marcos family.
His Excellency Luc Veron, Special
That's
Envoy,
Vice President
Philippine Union.
of Vietnam, I believe. And I think that's EU ambassador. Look, I think that's Luc Veron, EU ambassador.
We don't see it here, but actually part of the receiving line is the new executive secretary, no? Right after the vice president. It's
Yes.
Vic Rodriguez. Yeah.
And that's I see the new PMS head, Naida Angping, also talking to one of the sons earlier. So we're seeing the new Malacanang leadership here.
Maybe we can explain the whole symbolism or the importance of a bond dinner. This is really a diplomatic reception. It's really meant for the new president to introduce himself and meet the diplomatic corps as president, because we know that most of these diplomats had already met with him during the transition period. But this is an important kind of introductory event to his administration, to kickstart his administration. And from the name of the event, the Bond, but there's wine involved. It's supposed to be a celebration. In fact, it's usually done New Year or every New Year in the Malacanang.
That's right.
Probably Duterte tried to do away with the name Bond Dinner because parang it's too flashy daw, it's too social. But he actually had a similar event. It's just that they just named it diplomatic reception.
The Diplomatic Corps, Holy See.
I just want to remind our viewers we do have a standalone live stream of the events in Malacanang on Inauguration Day. We invite you to watch that.
The Sultanate of Oman.
Oh, that's the by tradition, right? The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, the Apostolic Nuncio.
So safe to say that the Marcos administration 2.0 has officially begun.
The State of Qatar.
That's right. I wonder if we will see a flurry of executive orders or administrative orders today or tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone is looking forward to the first cabinet meeting. And I remember in 2016, they actually accidentally streamed live the first few minutes of the cabinet meeting, and that's how
right. Yes.
we found out that Yasay, the foreign secretary then, planned to put aside or recommended putting aside the Hague ruling, which was not yet promulgated then, but they were talking about how if it's favorable to us, maybe we should put it aside first. And that was a huge headline on day one of the Duterte administration.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see an act.
A part 2, no.
The Honorable Doug Imhoff, Second Gentleman, United States of America.
Well, there's the head of the U.S. delegation. There's actually a new U.S. ambassador to the Philippines, but I understand that July or August is the usual time for the transition. That's when they, if they have children in school, that's when they get off school and so on. So that's why she's not here, the new U.S. ambassador.
So you already know the identity. I have not been updated with who will replace.
Yes, yeah. I don't have her name with me right now, but yes.
The State of Kuwait.
So, Pia, Van den Noor, so after the introductions, what's really the main event? The president leads the diplomats in a toast. Is that it?
Yes, usually we can expect a toast to be made. Not sure if the president will always lead it, but definitely it's something because it's a celebration, right? So, solidarity, and then it's a bit of getting to know you, and usually it's also not that long. Like it's supposed to be a chit chat. Like it's not really a full blown meal or anything. But yeah, we don't know how they'll do it back then kasi they would even provide like in Duterte time may menu pa about on these events, like what they're gonna serve is very detailed, who would play during the reception or the events like this. So I'm not sure if there'll be a program of some sort. Lian, baka you might have heard of anything, something about the program.
All I know is that ang kakanta mamaya is Cecil Licad and the Philippine Philharmonic, which was a special request by the president himself.
Cecil Licad is a world-class pianist, one of the famous proteges of the First Lady, Imelda Romualdez Marcos, in the 1970s.
United Mexican States.
Incidentally, I didn't have a chance to ask Ivy earlier. Part of my Twitter feed was about Cardinal Quevedo, the old man, Cardinal Quevedo, who was one of the main bishops fighting against Marcos in the 1970s and 1980s, taking part in the ecumenical prayer. I actually didn't catch that, so I wanted to do some more research. But I saw a couple of tweets saying, this made that tweeter think, what is Cardinal Quevedo doing there? So I guess what Lian said earlier about great powers recalibrating their policies towards the Philippines, I think also institutions in the Philippines, the church, the schools, and so on, I think they will have to recalibrate also their relationship with the Marcoses.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of us, institutions, civil society, coming to terms with the Marcos presidency and trying to like make the most of it and make the best of it for the next 6 years.
It was interesting because during the Duterte, early on in the Duterte's time, the progressive groups were kind of in a limbo with Duterte because, right, he had cabinet members from their group, from the progressive group. So there was also quite siguro more low-key protest. Like there was a sense of they could find common ground and they would make more progress talking to him because anyway he was so open to involving them to the extent that he would invite members to the cabinet. And I'm not sure if that kind of a compromise or rapprochement is present with the Marcos administration. Like he hasn't. I'm not sure if he's met with any groups like that, or made any overtures to them during transition.
Lian, I don't know, may have the answer to that. I'm not sure. The first President Marcos has this saying. He repeated it a couple of times in the Marcos diaries with reference to martial law. He said, nothing succeeds like success. Nothing succeeds like success. I think we're looking at a man who now actually understands what that means. I think I've never seen Bongbong Marcos this relaxed, this at ease.
Right.
Yeah, he's at the age of 64 come into his own and as president of the Philippines. Nothing really succeeds like success.
seeing Marcos interacting with these diplomats really makes me wonder what kind of an architect of foreign policy he'll be, because I'm not sure how much of an experience he's had actually, like formulating foreign policy. At least for Sara Duterte, no, as Davao City mayor, she had to deal with like consuls in Davao City. She dealt a lot with aid, or like initiatives with other countries. And then, of course, she would go with her father to state visits or official visits abroad, notably China. So with Marcos Jr., I'm sure he had experience with this kind of thing during his father's time. But and I guess as governor, like maybe you two would have knowledge about how he's been interacting, or in terms of foreign policy, how much of experience does he have?
You know what? We've been on board for almost 5 hours.
5 hours.
4 hours and 46 minutes and counting. Maybe I can just ask you for your final thoughts before we call it a day. I'll start with Pia and then Liam.
Yeah, I think that this day is really has promised that if this could be, if he does live up to all of those grand promises he made in his inaugural speech, then that's a good thing. We all want to root for a president who will do his job. Like, we don't want a president to fail. So I guess I'm leaving this coverage with a sense of hope, a cautious hope that that maybe there would be a chance to make good on those promises. That's the optimist in me.
Yeah, I've been saying also to a lot of people who've been asking me what my prospect would be. I think I've been saying to a lot of people that we have no choice at this point to be cautiously optimistic. It's really the only choice we have. And I'm just I'll echo his son Sandro's word. Sabi niya, the best antidote to criticism is to perform. And if that will be what we will see, then that's great. But the free press will be here. We will still be closely monitoring and reporting on the Marcos administration. And good luck to the rest of us. It's a long 6 years ahead.
I remember what Professor Jean Encinas Franco said in one interview. Good luck na lang talaga, because we don't know what their plans are. Having been around the block more times than the two of you, perhaps combined, I'm a little more cynical about what will happen. When I look at him, I see the Marcos DNA. And there might be some things that he would like to do, recognizing that it's a different world. It's not his father's world anymore. But there's that DNA part that really bothers me. And of course, I hope to be proven wrong. But I just feel that they are going to try to change the constitution. They're going to try to lift term limits. They're going to make runarounds with PCGG and the CHR and so on. For instance, in his inaugural address, he talks correctly about the need to do better with the pandemic response, right? And yet, he himself has not appointed a health secretary. No? So I think we need to, be open to what they say, like him, be a listener, but also at the same time push back and ask the annoying questions. Unfortunately, those in the field like Lian and Pia, the pushback against them sometimes can be very abusive. So of course, we need to navigate the next 6 years well. All right, so we saw live footage of at the start of the Vandunur. After that, President Marcos Jr., let's not call him BBM, which is their rebranding of him. Let's call him FM Jr., Marcos Jr., will administer oaths of office to his cabinet secretaries. We will continue to stream the events in Malacanang through the RTVM stream on our own standalone stream. Please continue to watch there. Lian, Pia, this has been Rappler's special coverage of the inauguration of the 17th President of the Philippines, Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. Visit Rappler.com and our social media channels for more updates. With Pia Ranada and Lian Buan, this has been John Neri. Good day.
Goodbye.